flattery will get you everywhere. Oh, flattery will get you everywhere. Khajiit has wares, if you have coin.
Hello, lovelies. Welcome to another Saturday night stream. I'm sorry I was a little bit later kicking off than I intended. OBS has been playing silly buggers with me because I am on my old laptop. Well, my usual one is away to get fixed again. But hello to everybody who is in chat. Hi, Massa. Hi, Mimas. Hi, Ruffle. Hello, Myra and Bun. And thank you, you three, for the resub as well. You're always very kind. Hi, Moomin. Hello, Ignatius, and hello to anybody else who is lurking. So tonight I'm well, I'm going to be waffling a little bit about astronomy because we've kind of touched on this before a little bit in Wurm. But also my Wurm stream of a couple of weeks ago with Ruffle on Pristine, where we went to visit Sidereal's observatory, Denali, sort of inspired me to sort of take another run at my love of hello memes at my sort of love of sort of astronomy and how that might work in Worm, because what we know about how like the movements of the stars and things and which things are constants and the axes like is I don't know, maybe there are people who know a lot about that, but it's not really recorded on the wiki.
Oh, flattery
And
will get you everywhere.
thank you for the resub, Madoon. And also hello. And if anybody's ever gone looking at astronomy on the wiki, there are from pre these skies some sort of some kind of journal articles from somebody who was trying to chart the movements of the stars and but I don't think there has been anything more recent. And I know that I've talked a couple of times on streams recently about like that I think that certain things about like I think the stars are constant, I think, but I can't yet confirm. I know where the sun rises and sets and its axis, but I don't know about the moons. And I know that unlike the sun, the moons I think the moons move on their axes. I think their axes change. And I decided that if I was going to do some science to try and get some understanding of the astronomy of Wurm, something that I've noticed, which perhaps other people haven't, because maybe other people don't watch the skies as closely as me, but when you are towards the edges of a server, if you're used to looking sort of down at the squareness, how square you are to the tile that you're on, to judge sort of north south when you don't have a compass, or for example when you are
Time for
sailing,
science.
that doesn't work as well near the edges of the server. So your sort of your compass readings and your skies and things like that, they shift depending on where you are on a server. So I thought if I was going to try and do some science about the movements of the planets and things like that, the first thing to do would be to find a constant, like the most constant point that I could from which to take observations. So I pulled the Exodus map off the
Oh
wiki,
my.
and
That makes
I,
me
hello Taka, how you doing? I pulled the Exodus map off the wiki and I loaded it into Photoshop, and then I used Photoshop guides to find the center tile, so the very, very center of the map. I thought at a glance it would probably be somewhere in the desert just north of Thule, because Thule is pretty central, or maybe in the water. That is Thule Spring, just over there. As it turns out, it is this spot right here. So I calculated it right down to the tile, pixel by pixel. I then came and swam and found the right tile on the server. And then I raised it because we are over some marsh, which is quite deep. So I raised it up, made myself a little 4x4 platform, because the servers have even numbers of tiles. There is actually, you have to stand on a corner to be right at the center, but I don't think that the skies are going to get skewed that much by where I am on the tile. But importantly, this right here, this is the center of the world on Exodus, this corner on which I am standing. So I have built myself a nice little observation tower up here. I've used Sidereal's trick of a diopter because I quite like that as like almost like a telescope stand. And this is called, not that you can see because I've had my UI down, this is called Cœur de la Terre, so heart of the earth, heart of the world, heart of the earth technically. So the center point of Exodus, which should be about as constant and reliable a space from which to try and make observations, and record data about the astronomy in Wurm as I can get. And I tried several designs for this because I didn't want it to be very big. I also didn't really want it to be on deed, so this is off deed. It's an off deed building, which means it is going to decay slowly. Thankfully, my masonry is high enough that these walls, I mean, these are 82 quality without imping. The floors I've imped up to 50, but even they are starting to decay, as you can see. Like, I literally started building this a few days ago. And my 2-day buffer has gone and decay has started to set in already. But try as I might, no matter what I did, I couldn't find a way to do this that wasn't going to be kind of ugly, whatever I did. And I abandoned my initial attempts at sort of 2x2 towers with the center point in the middle. I realized that it only needed to be one tile wide. But then I thought, since I was going to be building a tower here anyway, I didn't particularly care how tall it was, I just wanted a bit of height. I took the opportunity to get my build a 10-story building journal goal completed with this one. Not that I've got many other things there at all, but there you go. So that was completed. And for anybody who hasn't done that yet, I got up to the 10th story, which is not sufficient. You need to then build a wall on the 10th story, so I just built one and knocked one down. So having built this 10-story tower, I was then like, maybe this is a good opportunity to try and do some sort of small space decorating. So I've made myself a little plan, and I'm going to try and have like a fully functional house with all kinds of different rooms, including some totally sort of some vanity spaces, if you like, which are just there for charm and decoration. So we're gonna have a kitchen down here on the ground floor with a dining room above it for practical reasons, because you want to be able to eat your food close by where you cook it. Then we're gonna have a reading room. There's gonna be a garden room, a dressing room, bedroom, a bathroom. We've got a sort of like a covered over sort of patio, and then we've got the observation deck right at the top. So that's what I'm doing tonight. I'm going to be waffling a little bit about astronomy, particularly when the stars are out and we're halfway through the night, which is why I started just sort of observing, and we get some really nice big open views on this lake. But I've started making some furniture, and importantly imping it up, because an off-deed house won't protect its contents from decay completely. So the furniture in it will also be taking damage, as well as the house. So I have made myself a bunch of bits. I've brought over my building box full of things, and I decided, because I'm going to be covering up those openings, there's not much I can do about the ladders, but because I'm going to be covering up the openings in the floors, I think probably the best way to go about this is to start at the top and work my way down, because I'm going to be hauling shitloads of stuff up all of those ladders, and it might take a while. Get the skill to 99. No. And to be honest, it's not going to be Crim standing up this tower, if I'm honest. I mean, I might come up here sometimes to observe, but to be honest, what I really need to be able to do observations is the easiest way to do it, that I've noticed from doing my warm-ups at the start of streams, is if you can film a night sky without moving for an extended period of time. Hello, Tantail. And sometimes I record for like maybe 20-25 minutes, even though I'm only taking like a 5-minute snip, particularly if I'm trying to catch like meteor showers or thunderstorms or something like that. But the best way to observe the differing axes of things is actually to film the night sky without moving, without your UI up on a constant. Probably I need to do it at cardinal points, cardinal directions on the map, record it for a night, and do that several nights. I need to look at it in different seasons, and that would be a lot of standing around, not actually even being able to do anything on Crim, because I couldn't have my UI up. But what I can do is I can have an alt who lives in this tower like a hermit, and when I have the brain space for it, I can run an alt on a second screen and record a night sky while I'm doing stuff on my main screen on Crim or whatever else. So that's my plan. But if an alt's going to live here, And just because I kind of like the idea of decorating tiny spaces, and I like sort of reminded me of like those tiny homes TV shows. I thought I'd set myself a little decoration challenge and see if I could primp up the inside and make it into a fully functional house. So that's what you are getting tonight. But where is the forge area? Downstairs in the kitchen. So forge and oven. I didn't want to have anything that was going to be putting out smoke too close to the top of the tower. So the forge and the oven are going to be on the ground floor with the dining room above. And then the living room, which is going to have a fireplace, is going to be not much further up. Originally, I was planning to have a brazier pillar poking out onto the sort of the open deck, that floor. But I think that that also might actually put out some smoke, and even with rugs on top, it might, like the light pollution might mess with things. So I'm going to have I'm going to try some smaller braziers, standing ones rather than pillar braziers on that upper bit. But I'm going to try and keep my things that produce smoke to the lower levels. Yeah. I mean, it will have space to do things. I'm more worried about them being able to cook for themselves, probably. But so it will be a functional house, but because it is off deed, I'm not going to be keeping like mats here because they will suffer losses. I think you lose something like 5% of every stack inside any kind of bulk storage container every month that they're sat off deed, and that's painful. But it would be useful to be able to rock up here with materials and cook something up or do whatever. And I've got a little fishing deck down here as well, should I feel so inclined. So yeah, so that's my plan. And Thal Spring is, as I said, right over there. I've got a whole cluster of deeds around here now, although I'm not planning to keep all of them. So this is a space that I know well, and it's nice and easy for me to reach on Crim or on any of my alts. And being a teeny tiny little island, hopefully my squishy little alts shouldn't encounter too many mobs that get all the way out here. You sometimes get things sort of like bears and tortoises and stuff that come out to within a few tiles of the coast, but you don't generally find anything out quite this deep in the water. It looks like the sky is starting to turn, so I'm just going to shoot up the tower so we can catch dawn, and then I'm going to crack on doing some decorating. So my paving is not high enough to get stone floors all the way up. I got it up 5 floors, I think. Calvert got me up another 2. The top 3 we've had to do in wood, but I figured this might also be a good opportunity to see just how the decay rates do differ between stone and wood, because I couldn't actually find any confirmation of that on the wiki. So these stone ones, I've imped them all up to 50 quality. This top wooden one, I've imped it up to 50 quality. But because I know it's going to go faster, these two I've done to 70. So I can compare this 50 floor, quality 50 floor, with any of these quality 50 floors, just to sort of see what the difference is. But as we were talking about astronomy, the sun rises in the northwest, so it should actually be rising about here. There we go. So Sol is just behind that mountain. So we're just getting our color shift now. I get better sunsets from this tower than I get sunrises because of this mountain. It means that I don't actually get to see the sun until it's quite high in the sky. But when the sun sets, it sets beautifully just over there in the southwest, directly over Thal Spring, and that's rather lovely. So if I manage to catch the sky changing in time later, I'll see if I can show you one of the sunsets from up at this tower, because it is quite nice. Bears, anacondas, and crabs are the only ones I need to worry about. The bear sharks might come, but they don't tend to be lured this far out into the water unless they are following somebody sailing. And there's no tunnels around here, so generally speaking, people won't be sailing out from the land past this anywhere here. The thoroughfare through this lake is up this way, so boats tend to pass this way, and maybe somewhere around here, if they're going for one of those inlets there, they'll turn. Otherwise, they'll carry on straight on up towards the Northern Canal. So I think I'm probably all right. I mean, and likewise, anacondas, crocs could be a risk out here, but they don't tend to spawn in the water. So although they may spawn near the water, it shouldn't pull anything that is on the shore from here. I don't think anything has a pull range that big that can swim. So I might be occasionally unlucky and get something rock up. We don't even really get many sharks in this lake. I think we do occasionally get one or two, but they tend to be a lot further up. So hopefully it's a relatively safe spot for alts once I've got them out here. The danger, of course, is at the moment. So at the moment, this is open to the bottom. It's not going to be. So right now, if something spawned on or crawled onto this island, it could follow you into the main building and then as anybody who has been in Wurm for a while will know, even if whatever floor I'm on, they'll be able to try and take swipes at me and disrupt whatever I'm doing from down here. But actually, it's not going to be open like this. There is going to be a door here on this join. So we've got this little porch area and then a door. The reason I haven't built the door on there yet is because it will be much easier to continue to access the storage that I've got unloaded on the ground floor and to haul up some of the items here without this wall here. Whereas as soon as I build it, that will make it much, much harder for me to be pulling stuff out of the boat and off the ground floor for those upper levels. You normally find bears the worst. See, I don't usually find them in the middle of waterways. I normally find them within about 10 tiles of the shore. And I'm a little bit more than 10 tiles from the shore here, but usually I find like where you've got those thoroughfares that boats go by, that's when they tend to get pulled out into the water. Like I sometimes find them sailing out in the space between the mainland and Little Venice because boats cut through that channel. And so sometimes they're drawn out into the water by passing ships. But we don't really get them just kind of out in the open here in the lake. We get them near canal entrances and things like where boats tend to pop in and out. And bears will then follow you into the water for a little way. So, but you know, we may get some here, and if we do, I might have to launch a rescue party. But yeah, it'll be fine. It'll be fine. I mean, it might be AFK with the sound off, but if somebody dies to a bear, which I think is fairly unlikely, or to anything swimming out here, I don't think it's going to happen very often. If it happens, the worst that's going to happen is an alt dies and has to be respawned at, you know, Thorspring or any of the allied deeds, which are all sort of around this bit of the map. So it should be all right. It should be all right. What about all the hate towards bears? Well, anybody who had that kind of traditional introduction to Wurm, where in your first few days you end up running and swimming away from a lot of things trying to kill you while you've got bugger all to protect yourself with, will probably have encountered bear sharks quite early on. So I think a lot of us have been a bit stung by bear sharks. I had some early dicey encounters with bear sharks. They don't bother me now, but they would still very much bother an alt. But in fairness, new toons in game now start with much, much better equipment than we used to back in the day. So they've got slightly better protection. I mean, they'd probably still get eaten by a bear, but at least they'd be able to somewhat injure it whilst it was happening. I used to AFK sail and get bonked. I often find when I'm AFK sailing, something will have engaged me as I'm sailing. But the danger is when I'm AFK sailing and I beach myself like on the side of a mountain or something and don't notice, and then of course you just get mobs raining down on your head. Guidance has fewer bears. Yes, true that, true that. So, right. I'm fairly sure I know what order I planned to have my rooms in, but just in case. Kitchen, dining room. Ooh, office. Was I going to have an office? Let's have a look. Hang on. Let me back off again. Just going to go for a little. So, kitchen / forge area on the ground floor. Dining room directly above it. So that one. Then, yeah, no, that's right. Then office, the one that doesn't have much of a window. Living room on the one with the bigger window. Garden room on the one with the big windows. Then we're going to have a dressing room up above it. And then bedroom with the nice big windows. Bathroom with a nice private little oriel. And then we've got the patio and the observation deck. Yeah, so that's the plan. So that's good because in a way, the ones towards the top are going to be the least intensive decoratively. So hopefully we can get the top few ones done quite quickly, and then we'll work our way down. Starting with, I think for the patio deck, it would help if I had my UI up, wouldn't it? I think for the patio deck, I just need some braziers to start with, and I suppose, sorry, that's a little bit close. I just need some braziers to start with and something to fill them with. And oh my god, there is so much stuff in my boat, I could cry. Although I don't actually want to be in the boat right now, I want to be in this. So I think where I've parked my boat, I don't think... Whoops. I'm going to turn... if I don't turn my boat around, if I back my boat up, there is a faint possibility I might be able to access it from up the tower, but I don't think I will now that I've completed all the walls. But I can access any bulks that I unload from up there. The reason that I've still got a whole load of stuff in the boat that I haven't unloaded is because I'm very quickly hitting the there's no more room on this tile limits. And I need to be quite careful of that because I'm going to need to be able to shift stuff up and down, and I don't want the game working against me as I try and do that. It's you remembered the moonshine this time. back up the mountains, are you? We might discover a question that somebody asked many streams ago on another Deco stream about whether you hit an item limit on a tile across multiple levels, and that won't be with the things like the large items like trellises and beds and things, but it might be with the when you've got so many sort of Deco items and small items on a tile that it tells you there's no room. I hope that's not going to be the case, but if we hit that today, we will know why. And you know what? That did not put it any closer at all. So I don't think I'm going to be able to access that from up top. But let's just pop that one up there, just in case it stays open. Suspect it won't. Let's pop that one there. And one floor at a time, what I am going to want up there is where have I put all of my carpets and rugs? So I've got 3 in there. I've also got some dye, because otherwise everything is going to be very dull colours. What's an interesting idea? I've got 1 door lock left over for when I do this final door. I have put locks on the portcullises, but unfortunately it won't protect anybody who has enter permissions on the building. And without enter permissions, you can't actually do most shit in buildings, even if you've got the other perms ticked. I was playing with that earlier to test. So have we got any other carpets in here? Because I don't quite know yet what I'm going to be using where. I think I've got a cart in here, not because it's going to go in the house, but because it was just another place to store a load of little bits without them getting in the way. So I have also got some of those there too. Have I got enough carpets in total? Don't know that I have, actually. Oh wait, I've got some medium ones somewhere. Where are those? Medium. I'm sure I have. I'm sure I have. Why can't I see them? Large flower carpets, large colourful carpets. If I were medium carpets, where would I have put me? Asking for a friend. On the floor? No. I might have left some things back at Full Spring, but that's alright. I can get back for those if need be. For now, though, let's just... Haven't got a raft in here with extra stuff on it, have I? No. Kind of, I don't know if I'm going to have a carpet on the top. I would quite like to not have to have a carpet on the top, but once I light these braziers, I might find that the light pollution is bothering me. What I will have, though, not from the Beamish Boy, is some tar, because I'm going to need to fill these braziers so I can light them. So, first things first. Let's go and try our braziers on the patio deck. If vertical item limits apply, yeah. They shouldn't, but logic sometimes means things don't work the way you intend. I also suspect we've hit that thing recently where you try and put rugs down and they sit on top of things. I think that might be a problem here, but you can get around it by dropping them rather than trying to place them. So for now, I am going to try doing the braziers first. And I might just angle their little third leg into the corners. Because the trouble with doing this on a one-tile thing is you can't exactly move around very much to see how well centered things are. Although I suppose what I could do is, yeah, that's not going to cut it, is it? I was going to say I could use the grids, but the grids aren't going to do it. So one there, one in there. Ah, you've now got the credit you deserve. Is that right, Madine, for clipping? Yeah, I think maybe Twitch is sometimes just a little bit slow to catch up. So let's secure each of those. This might still be overkill for a one-tile space in terms of light, but we won't know till we try. Wait, did I swear I took tar out. Did it tell me I was too far away? Damn it, so it did. I'm going to have to, I think, try and shift that BSB. So that it is directly under me, because it's not letting me access it from where it is right now. So we'll finish securing those. Then we'll go try and move it. No! This is the downside of a ladder building. There might be some up, down, up, down. You said it resets weekly as well, right? Oh, Tantail, a lava fiend. Well, say hi to it. Is it going to let me move this? Now, if you're off deed, your movement... Yeah, see, I've got too many things here already. And this is what I meant about, like, I might hit some problems until I can clear some of the crap off these tiles. For now, I've tucked them all in the building so they get a little bit of decay protection, but I could now afford to move some out temporarily if I need to just free up some space moving things. Like, I know that the tub, for example, is one that takes up a significant sort of space. Wonder if it will let me now put that in there. Looks like it will. Da-da-da. So let's try that again, shall we? You did the look over the shoulder idle animation. It makes me sad in a way that the idle animations are different for you than for the people looking at you, and I've encountered this so many times. So in order to get all of Crim's animations, for example, for my like pop-ups and things, I had to film her on Esri or on an alt. But it also means that when you're taking selfies with people, you can get their idle animations to get some interesting selfie angles, but you can't get yours. And I wish our third-person camera moved out just a little bit further, so that you could take better group selfies without bringing an extra toon into the mix. But you know, that's quite a niche case for making any modifications at all to the oh, I already filled these. Lovely. For making any modifications to the sort of the range of third person. Now these are also going to, of course, burn out because they're off deed. They won't auto light at night and remain lit, but I could afford to keep some tar here so that an alt could light them if needed. It's going to be hard to tell, though, until we try being up here at night, how much light pollution we get from those. But if I drop one of those and move to center, which is going to be a godsend for the rugs in here, I have to say, it might be that more or less is going to block out the light, but we won't know till we try. I am also going to have to be really, really precise with my placement because I don't get the on-deed benefits of being able to do all of those tweaks and turns almost instantaneously. And ever since they did the timers, the action timers rework, like I'm really feeling the loss of some of those instantaneous pushes that you used to be able to do, like push pull when you were at full stamina, happened so fast, and there's now just slight delays on it even when you're on deed, which is kind of a shame. But for anybody who's not used to, for example, puzzle deeds or things with like hidden places and spaces, and sometimes gets a little bit baffled by how to use ladders when they're covered, you just need to be able to select the tile from a little bit of bare tile, but you still need to be stood center-ish in the ladder to go up and down. So even though I can't see the hole, I can still move up and down without issue, in theory. So if we leave that as the patio for now, next one down we've got is going to be the bathroom. And I've got myself, unfortunately, I can't haul from multiple floors down. I do need to do it floor by floor. But I've got a pre-filled fountain down there. I've got a tub. Not going to do all of my fancy cabinetry that I've done to make those like kind of nice closed-in tubs that I've got at Thorspring and Brambleheim. But I thought I might do a Calvert-style bathroom, you know, with at least, you know, a bare fountain and maybe maybe some bits and pieces on the side. I haven't got, and I am not going to make and put in an off-deed thing to decay because they're a pain in the arse to make. I haven't got a washing bowl. But what's my tub? My tub's walnut. Walnut's kind of light, but let's have a table to go on the side. And there's my wall fountain. So we'll start with those bits, and then we'll see. In yeah. In Calvert's tubs, he uses jars as a very clever kind of like plug stopper, which I think is cute. Oh, I tell you what I haven't done though. I haven't. There you go. I'm going to be going up and down tonight when I don't mean to. I haven't got a chair to put in this. So for anybody who's seen my baths in various places, you'll notice that all my baths can be sat in. And that's because a wooden tub, you can align a seat pretty nicely with it. So you've just got a little bit of a lip. Why am I finding it so hard to find the climb up thing? I should just be using the F key because it is F keyed. And making sure that I don't accidentally go too high. But yeah, a normal wooden chair just tucks really nicely into a tub if you make it in the same material. So that's how I tend to sink seats that you can actually sit in into my tubs. And then I usually try and actually cover the tub with something else, but I'm not going to be doing that here. Because I'm not that invested in this space given the amount of decay that it's going to take and the comparatively small amount of time I'm going to get to spend here. But I just I do keep ending up in this bear's behind. Sorry, bear. But I do like an opportunity to try decorating within some challenging constraints. Bathroom was Calvert's idea. No, so well, I mean, Calvert is into tubs. Calvert's got bathrooms in. Have you never seen any of the streams where we've been up at the villa? Because up at the villa, every guest room has its own little like screened off bathroom area, and so does his bedroom. And back at Thorspring, in the house that he used to live in before he moved into to my house when we built the manor, Tranquility Cottage, which is this one on the end, that one's got a big tub out on a deck. So he's big into bathrooms. But the one that we've done in the manor, that was me, because I am also into hot tubs and bathrooms, and that was sort of a different way of approaching the idea that I had for the one at Brambleheim, where I tried to make a bubbling hot tub, and I've succeeded to an extent to make a bubbling hot tub. That one we decided not to go for bubbles, but when I discovered the risotto, I was like, fuck it, that's another way to do a bathroom, I'm having it. So I built the bath in the manner that we go splishy splashing in at the start of streams. Right, this is our bathroom level. So I think I don't know whether I want the tub to be central in it. I'm in two minds about whether I pretend the ladders don't exist, about whether I incorporate them deliberately into the design. I quite like the idea of you like climbing down like into the bath or into bed. Or if I try and make the rooms work around them so that the ladders are always clear. But things like the tub, I think that's going to be one of the early tests for that, because it is so huge that I'm going to be somewhat limited in how I can place it without it clipping entirely through walls and that ladder. So if I have it with no clipping through walls, pretty much it's clipping a little bit through the grate there, it's still, I think, going to clip through that ladder. Is it going to let me place this, or is it going to think I'm trying to place it in the tub? It is. That is also unfortunate. That might mean that I actually want to do the bear fountain first. So I tell you what, because the tub can be picked up, but the bear fountain can't. Things that you can't pick up are the most valuable ones to use the place action on. Off deed, because otherwise you'll do an awful lot of pushing and pulling. On deed doesn't really matter quite so much. But off deed, it makes a hell of a difference because those action timers. He has, oh yeah, and he has a whole bathhouse. Yeah, he's got a swimming pool, like bathhouse area. So he's into the little luxuries. See, now this is where my wall design is hurting me, because I've got these grates. They have this sort of lip, which means this is not going to sit neatly into that side the same way it sits into that side, in order to have it in the space where there is most space around the ladder, which is here. But I can't really do anything about that. What I am going to do, because I get a little bit anal about this, is I'm going to go and check that that bear's butt is not sticking through the wall, because there is nothing, especially decorating in a tight space, where you then may not be able to move things once you've put them down. Nothing quite so frustrating as decorating and then stepping outside of a building and discovering, oh, I'm still carrying all my dies. Stepping outside of a building and then discovering, damn it, I need to put my dies somewhere. Will they fit in there? No. Oh, what about in the forge? Worst idea ever, but yes, they will. Don't let me light that. Then getting outside and then discovering that something is poking through a wall. But it looks like I'm good. So we're in this one just here. I think. Yeah, we must be. We're in this one, so the bear fountain is currently tucked into that wall, and it is not poking through the wall, so that's fine. Bear butts can be interesting, but I don't want to see them personally. Calvert's more of a fan. I think it's a boy thing. Oh, I fucking left my tub. I'm gonna have trauma about ladders by the time I finish this stream, I can tell. I'm never gonna want to see a ladder again. Oh god, yes, I hate the clipping in thinner walls as well, and it's one of my main frustrations with timber, because timber is so much thinner, and for all of that nice detailing you get with the timber beams and the sort of the wattle and daub on the walls, those walls are really very fucking thin. And so in the manor, if you've seen any of the sort of the decorating the manor streams, because we built the manor in timber, part of the reason that I sort of insisted in the design in putting some pottery brick wall in there is because I needed some places where I could clip larger things in. So there's a center column of pottery brick in the middle of the lounge that I could push things like the fireplace back into. And there's also a pottery brick wall running through the middle of the manor, which separates the kitchen from the rest, which allows me to push massive fucking things like pantries halfway into a wall, so they just don't take up quite so much space in a narrow space. So on the plus side, because this has got a bigger footprint, we should be able to place this without it trying to stand it on the bear fountain. But I may still have to pull it a little bit, because it doesn't like you placing over the hole, even though it will let you push and pull over the hole. That might do it, though. Oh, it's slightly off. It's slightly off. I'm going to have to resist the urge. Either have to resist the urge to do too much pushing and pulling, or I'm just going to have to be very precise in how I do it. And I think actually it might be the bear that needs to move at this point. No, I'm not on about boys again. There's no boys in this stream. Oh, for faster movement action timers. Oh, don't turn. That's the other thing as well. Like, I start doing a movement action and then I turn to look around me. Such a bad habit. And yet, every time. Just want to clip this out of that wall. There we go. And I kind of like, this annoys me a little bit, but I think I can cover this. I think I can cover that with a chair. If I tuck a chair in there as a sort of like as a bench space. So doing it like that would allow me to not have you climb down directly into the bath, but I don't know if that's better or not, you know? I feel like we're going to need a tapestry in here because you need some kind of wall art in a bathroom. But also, since I've got the window on this side, I suppose that was probably not the best corner to have put those in. Alternatively, if I put this, if I move this into the middle, then you have to climb down directly into the bath, which does kind of make me laugh. Because look how neatly that fits. and I kind of like it like that, you know? Maybe it has to be centered. Maybe it just has to be that way, you know? I think it might have to be. Okay, let's move this buddy out. Then I'll go and make a chair to put in it. Put a rug down. And a side table. I did actually bring a side table up. Probably want a grooming brush on the table. Calvert uses, he's got some really nice ideas about decor for a lot of things. Like there's a lot that I admire in his decoration, and some of it he's cribbed from other people, same as, you know, some of my stuff I've cribbed from other people. Like in his bathrooms, he uses, I think, like slabs of beeswax, like sponges. They look like sponges when you put them down on the side. But again, off deed, can't really afford a lot of those kinds of finishing touches that on deed would decay more slowly. Because out in the wild, I think they will just go poof. But a grooming brush, that will last a little while because tools are slower to decay. Where would you poop in this bathroom? It's a bathroom. It's not a toilet. It's a bathroom. We don't poop in this space, and you definitely don't try and slot yourself out that. You know what? I'm not even having this discussion. No. I should have just refused to engage. Fat, yeah, slab of fat. I don't know how fast fat decays lying down. I know the beeswax lasts a while. I've also seen people use, oh my God, what are they called? Blind cat's eyes. They look like little soap dishes. That's dead cute. I've seen all kinds of really interesting things that people have done for kind of like the accoutrement that you'd find in a bathroom. So I reckon that's a pretty good fit. So we're going to drop one of these down. Some of this furniture is already imped up a bit, but what I am going to have to do after stream, I think, is go and just imp up everything that I can to try and get it past a certain point. I could also actually, maybe if I nest that part way through, I can get a little bit of a shelf in the bath as well, which would be quite nice. Let's go and make ourselves a chair or two. So this is walnut, right? Although actually, did I? Yeah, no, I closed all of my. It's because I went to look for the bear butts, but I should be able to access my BSB from up there if I go and open it again. So can't see a bloody thing past all of this stuff. There's my BSB. My building box of everything. Maybe we should have a nice little trellis screen in the bathroom as well. That might be nice. Maybe that or a tapestry. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. All that pizza that we eat needs to... I don't eat all that much pizza. I just take a little nibble every now and then. I'm on sandwiches at the moment. Nice Sammies. I wonder, I was kind of tempted to put some ceilings in here and see how fast ceilings decay relative to floors, but I suspect the answer is probably going to be quite fast. We'll see. Yeah, you could we could just tuck a cauldron or a pan or a bowl or something under the bed. But do you know what? I think that's a level of realism which I've never quite felt the need for. Like, I like my bathrooms, I like my luxurious spaces. I'm less bothered about having a shitter, if I'm honest. But I do quite like the idea of climbing into the bath, quite literally. So, what are we going to need for a chair? Chair. Shaft, don't even need nails, look at that. So we're looking for walnut to finish. What I didn't do, what I should have done, was replenished my plank supply, because I think we've gone through quite a load of those recently. But that's all right. I don't think I'll need to build too many things from scratch. Shit talking reminds me, you still not made your throne room. Pizza is an open-faced sandwich. Yeah, arguably. Speaking of which, I ought to eat and drink. Can you guys hear that buzzing, by the way? Or am I good? Because if it's really annoying, I will thwack my laptop to try and make it stop. But basically, the reason that I stopped using this laptop and upgraded to my new one was the fans started playing up and started getting really quite noisy. And I've just noticed that the fans have started buzzing, and sometimes I can make them stop by thwacking it. You don't hear buzzing at all. Excellent. Good. A lot of buzzing all over.
Meh. Brr.
Are you being deliberately unhelpful, Bun? Or can you actually hear the buzzing? Okay, so those are full. Sometimes when I'm on a call with Calvert and it's super chill and we're just trying to relax and stuff, and then all of a sudden I will forget to mute when I go, flat. Sorry. Just hears like he gets to hear me violencing my own laptop. What? Why is there buzzing in your room, Myra? Or shouldn't I ask? Do you mean from like your from your computer equipment, or from something? You know what? Yeah. What Tantail said. Starting to bug me now though. Ooh, that helped. Shafts. Walnut. There we go. So we're going to want 2 of those, 4 of those. That should do us. Wait, I'm not making 3. I'm making 2. Nearly. So we'll make some chairs. And I'm going to move away from the tub, because if these auto drop on the floor, I don't want to lose them in the floor of the tub. Hey, but do your PCs buzz? I mean, laptops can buzz because like the fans have to work super hard in laptops. Like, I'm used to PCs having sort of like, I guess, a little bit of a hiss about them from the ventilation. But I suppose it depends, in fairness, what sort of gear you've got in them and in what sort of space. I can imagine that they probably do buzz some places. And tail. And they do indeed drop immediately on the floor, which usually means I have to complete their building on the floor, which is also okay. That's fine. Background hum of the universe. I know exactly what you mean. Drink number 2. You know, this might be one of those nights where I should have lined up 3. So often when I come to stream, God, is that really walnut? It's not quite a match, but never mind. So many streams, like I line up 3 drinks and I'm lucky if I get through 1.5 of them. But tonight is clearly a thirsty night. So you a laptop gamer, Madoon? Or do you just use a laptop for some things and a PC for others? Tinnitus is blocking out the background hum. Yup. Also, I don't know if I said hi yet, Wolfmeyer. Hello.
Yeah.
Aww. Thank you, whoever just gifted a sub. What is silence? I know. Do you know what? Since I moved out to the countryside, I have gotten so used to how quiet the nights can be that I really struggle now when work go and put us up in hotels in a city for an overnight thing when we've got like 2-day trainings and stuff like that. I find them so loud at night. It's so different. Like it's just I sort of I don't remember, like, because I lived in cities for most of my life, small cities, granted, but ones where it was never really quiet at night. And the noise never bothered me. I really noticed the difference now that I live rurally. I really notice the difference now when I'm away from it. One of us. Yup. Yup. So let's now I need to. The trouble with a tub is it treats the tub as a placeable surface, and if you didn't know that a tub is a placeable surface, it is. So you can actually balance things on like the lip of tubs. But unfortunately, that means if you're trying to nest furnishings into them, you've kind of got to either place it from the outside or push. And even if placing from the outside, you'll see that I can't get as close in as I'm going to want to. So to a certain degree, I am just going to have to put up with shuffling this around. It also bothers me that the sort of the angles on the side of a tub don't always quite line up with things. And again, on Deed, it is quicker to do a little bit of tweaking and turning, but I think this might be one of those things where I need to turn the tub rather than the chair. Oh, but it is nicely lined up with that. Maybe I've just got to live with it. Maybe I've just got to live with it. Let's see what it looks like. Yeah, do you know what? Me too. It's been, I mean, not me too knitting today. I wish, but although I did again, somewhat, hopefully, perhaps. I was like, I could wind some wool if I've got time. It depends how much building I end up doing on stream. I've been pre-hobbying for the past 2 weeks. I still haven't actually started knitting anything, but I'm slowly sewing up my knitting needle case, and I've been winding some of the new skeins and things that I've got into balls, and that's not. No, not gonna like it on that angle. Oh boy. Well, that doesn't look like a flat surface either. Let's have a look. Is it going to align with that one? No. Is it going to align with this one? Probably not. Maybe. Yeah, that's the one that it aligns with, and that's really annoying because that's where the bloody ladder is. Oh. Maybe I can get it to align with this one and put my table somewhere else. No wonder I never get anything done, guys. I mean, I just spend all of this time being like, no, that's not quite the right spot. Let's try another one. Yeah, look, there you go. That's the side it's going to align with. You sod. You did one set of raglan increases. You need to get back on Wurm. So what are you doing on Wurm at the moment, Tantail? I know you've been sort of up mountains and in valleys, and you did like an exploratory tunnel through to a valley, right? To what end? Are you just exploring, or are you building? What are you up to there? Let's go and see. This one needs to go that way a little bit, as I'm going to sink it back in anyway. Yes, but you need to lower the tunnel further. So are you trying to make sort of like a permanent tunnel route to that valley? Is it? Hmm. See, now when you've got something in the tub simulating water, it doesn't matter so much if it part clips in. For this, I think I might prefer it where you just see the seat bit. Because then you still don't clip into the tub, but you sit quite neatly towards the back of it. Don't place. Don't do it. Speaking of which, let's secure these before I forget. Don't think you can secure fountains. No. I don't think I'm going to be able to put another seat in here that perfectly aligns because I think the bear fountain's going to be in the way. I think it's every every three. So there's a 2 gap. So that angle there would be one that you could perfectly align with, and then that angle there. But I kind of don't want any of the seats clipping through the ladder, so maybe it needs to be a 1-person bath. You want to deed up there? Are you finally going to drop a deed down, Tantail? I mean, that sounds like a big project, but a cool one. What a cool one. So you know what, I didn't open up, and I should have opened up the cart, because there are some useful things in the cart as well. Let's get back out third person, because I don't like that. Like, for example, have I got a pottery jar in here? Maybe not. What about in the boat? This one. Just been muting to thwack my laptop. Don't think it worked. So what Calvert will do in his ones is he pots a pottery jar in there like a plug in a plug hole. And I think usually paints them a little bit darker as well, and I always think that's quite cute. But like I said, you can balance stuff on the sides of these. So what do we need to make a grooming brush? I feel like it's Wemp fibre. I think it's Wemp fibre and a shaft. So let's go with cedar wood, since it is going to decay. I think it's Wemp fibre. We'll find out, won't we? It is indeed. You don't want to rely on the tunnel as somebody else controls it. Yeah, that's sensible. That's sensible. I guess there's a reason why people tend to deed over their own tunnel spaces, even on a separate deed, because that's the main access to your space. A lot is riding on it, or riding on your continued access. When did I pick wood scraps? What have I got? Did I get that from making the brush? And I think I've probably still got a log in my tool belt, because yep, I do, because I always forget when I've got a log in my tool belt. But that means we can just quickly tink this up a little bit. What are the rest of you working on this evening? I know Myra said she was going to be working on her library and making some more books in it. What are the rest of you doing? Oh, it's gotten dark. While I'm imping that up, I'm just going to go and close the patio door behind me so I don't get Murphs flying in with Daddy Longlegs friends. I'll be right back. Thought we were just pleased to see you. 10. Mimes, you're dual tuning. Yeah, don't even threaten me with daddy long legses. I do not. You're making me jumpy now. I don't think we got any daddy long legses, but boy, do I not like them. So you're doing channeling and canal fixing for you. I see. What are you doing, Madoon? Oh, I see. Oh, I got a moment of. Do you know what? I'd have been pissed. But then I think I already have a rare grooming brush. Oh, do you know what? I've got a garden full of bats. We've got quite a lot of bats here, and they play super low in the garden. So often I end up, if I've left the doors open a little bit long and the cats are out at night, because these cats come in at night, they don't have cat flaps or anything. Once or twice I've gone out and I've seen the bats flitting around at sort of just a little bit above head height in the garden playing, and the cats just sat on the lawn with eyes as big as saucers, and I'm like, no, in you come. Last thing I want is one of them trying to jump up and catch themselves a bat. Yeah, they're super lovely to watch. And I mean, these cats, I don't think any of these cats have ever caught anything. They've got hunting instincts, but they're all female. They're all neutered, spayed. So they don't tend to be quite so hunty like that, and they don't stay out at night. But those bats were swooping super low, and I love them. And I do not want to be having to try and rescue an injured bat. You mean poor cats? No, I'm not going to let them torture things for fun. They've got plenty of things to play with that are not other small creatures. But Lilybug seems to be very excited by something outside. So I don't know what she's seen, but it's not Mox. What did I just do? Close my inventory. Trash talking them. uh, Moomin, you don't have to finish the damn thing. Do what I do, because unfinished items take up almost no space at all. Just requisition yourself a nice large chest, put all of your unfinished items in it, and then the next time you get a rare plus sand or whatever else you can use on that particular thing, add another one to it. So I have like this chest of unfinished items that have got, maybe one or two materials added to them. And then the next time I get one, go and try another one. And eventually, like, you run out of sand slots or dirt slots or whatever to try on them. And then you can either make them or you can, try and get rid of them some other way. But that way I don't keep starting to make things and then feeling obligated to finish them just because my rare material didn't pay off. Yeah. I just made myself shake doing that. You had several forges at finality trying to make a rare. Yeah, so Toby chatters to them. Mine do as well sometimes. They don't chatter at the bats, but they do chatter at the birds on the lawn and things. They'll sit at the patio window and you just see the jaw twitching, sort of like if anybody who's never had cats and hasn't seen them chatter. Sometimes they do make noise, but sometimes it's just the jaw goes and there's no noise, so they'll just sit there and it's a reflexive thing, and you'll see their jaw just going like just twitching as they watch birds, and it's adorable. You imped a forge supreme, Mimas. Very nice. Was it a forge that you made? Was it a forge that you own, or was that one of the many things that you have imped for other people and turned rare? Myra turned another null rare this week, so well done, Myra. In fairness, for the things that have a lot of parts, it is often easier to imp them rare than it is to create them rare, because the creation chance with a rare material is one in however many materials it takes to create it. Whereas all the time you're imping it, if you get a moment of inspiration, you've got a 1 in 5 chance of turning it rare with that moment of inspiration. So it depends quite how much imping it takes. But there are some things like Nars, for example, which are much, much easier, relatively speaking, in that it's still not easy, but easier to rare by imping than they are by adding rare mats to. Which is why I'm always a little bit surprised that rare ship mats still sell for as much as they do, because the chance is very, very small with those because of the amount of items that go into ships. Right, that's quality 50 or above, that will do. So let's pop that on the side there. Maybe that means I don't actually need a little table ledge in here. Or I could have my little tripod poking through and then stand it on the tripod, I guess. Like if we had it there, is that going to clip into the chair? A little bit. Maybe that is one of the ones that I could have on a side where I don't want a seat. Like, how's it look there? Look at that, that's a cute little shelf. Also, let's close that because I can't see a bloody thing. Right, there's my scrubby brush. There's my bath seat. Now, I think a tapestry in here is probably going to be a waste because you're not going to see the lower bit of it, but I did pick up a trellis, didn't I? So how about we just drop a trellis on this plain wall to give us a little bit of... Is that the right way around? I always have to turn trellises and look at them sideways on to figure out which side the leaves are on when I'm placing. It's going to need to move that way a little bit and then we'll just sink it into the wall. I don't know that she's got a gift for imping vehicles, it's just that Myra does a lot of vehicle imping. That's where a lot of her time goes, and I guess vehicles take a lot of imping to get up to a really nice high quality. But yes, she's done some wonderful work on other people's things. Do not want to push that, I will lose it in the wall. That was a misclick. Doing mini pushes on this. And I might be about to lose it into a wall anyway if I'm not careful. Oh, oh. Ah, you see, now I'm at that point where I've got to be very careful. I could push it fractionally further. Which way could it afford to go? I suppose it can afford to go that way a little bit more, but I'm going to do it at a more oblique angle because I don't want to lose a bunch of the leaves into the wall. I will lose some by trying to get rid of these cross beams, but not too many at least. So there you go, that's about as perfect as you can get it, where you can't see any of the wood and you can only see the leaves. And you only lose a few of them into the wall this way, I think. Like, although actually, I may not have lost any. I might have been lucky there, you know. Very lucky placement. But there we go. Right, so bathroom done. Oh, except I haven't put anything down on the floor. So if we drop one of those, I didn't realise I'd picked up one with colour on it. Let's move that to the centre. Turn it. And I feel like red feels like a bit of an aggressive colour for the bathroom, but I've got dyes downstairs, so maybe we'll just turn that into a pretty colour. So now the way to get down is going to be like that. Yeah, you stand on imp ships all day. Like, so I put my dye in the forge, didn't I? And my lye. My dye and my lye. Now, I didn't. What I could have done was shipped over some of my really nice dyes, because I've got quite a collection of them at Brambleheim. But I was going to end up using quite a quantity of dye here. And probably do some dye experiments. So instead what I did was with my relatively poor natural substances, I knocked up some barrels of dye earlier to have a little bit of a play with. Oh, you sod. It's not going to let me pick those up from here. Really? God damn it. Well, now we know. It'll let you take from bolts, but it apparently doesn't like you taking things from like open containers. So I think for a bathroom, I've got some bluish ones in here. Maybe that one. But I made some basic colours up so that I could do some mixing if needed. We're going to need the lye because we're taking the red off it. Well, let's take those ones up and we'll see how we do. Yeah, I've got a barrel of lye on me. Thanks, Taka. 1 hour and 15 minutes into stream. You shut your face, Bun. Decoration takes time and care. And in fairness, part of the problem in this space is the tub makes all other placement quite awkward. Whereas in a lot of rooms, the placement will be easier. I'll be able to do more of it with the place button when I'm not working around a great big thing like this. So that will help, probably. So let's take the colour off that first. Then...
Oh, you shush your face.
What I need to not do is just spend 20 minutes playing with colour on these things. So let's try. After all, I did. Oh no, I did. I thought I'd not brought the sort of the sea blue up, but I have. Now we had the main bit dyed before, right? The trouble with the flower carpets, I find, is they're not as white as some of the others. So some of the carpets, and I don't know why this is. I don't know why there's a difference, but I find it quite frustrating. With the new dyeable carpets, some of them, their undyed colour is quite a snowy white, and with some of them it's a sort of parchment cream. And this is one of the ones that's a parchment cream, and it works with some colours to leave it plain, but it means that you can't get anything and white with the flower carpets, whereas you can with some of the small ones. Have got a much whiter base colours. Yeah, me too, Tantail. Always me too. Absolutely. But what was I going to do? I'm torn between dyeing the trim and seeing if that just kind of works with the cream, which it might, just for a flash of colour, because the most part of this carpet you're not going to be able to see because it's under the tub. And I kind of wonder if that's going to be the way to go. Let's just try doing that. I can always come and fiddle with them all later. I just want a bit of a flash of colour on it that's not red. That'll do. That'll do, pig. Right. Down one more level. So next one down, we've got, pretty sure we've got the bedroom, because I wanted the bedroom to be one of the ones with one of the big windows, but high enough up that people wouldn't be peering too much at me. Yep, so we're in the bedroom next. So we've got a bed to start with. Now originally I brought a canopy bed over, because a canopy bed would quite neatly cover up the hole above as well as the one below, but it takes up so much space that, whilst funny as it was to have you climb down and land in bed, there really wasn't any space around it at all. So a canopy bed in a one tile space comes to about here, and you've got such a thin sliver next to it that in the end, although that's originally what I intended to go with, I decided that I would actually rather have an uglier, smaller bed, in order to be able to get to put some stuff around it. So we're just going to move that in so that I can pull it up. I've got a wardrobe there, but it is oak, and we did this in cedar, and then I dyed it because I don't much like the colour of did I have a walnut? Oh no, it's an armchair, so it's got padding on. That's fine. So I've got some wardrobes pre-made, but I've also got to build a dressing room, and the wardrobes could go in the dressing room, so I might make a different one. Out of interest, can you dye wardrobes? No. So you can dye the wood on a bed, but not the wood on a wardrobe. It's good to know. I've got a walnut coffer. What do we got? So we got some cedarwood bedside tables. Those seem like a good shout for a bedroom. Cedarwood armchair there in totally different colours. Look at this. Look at that. How different are those two cedarwoods? They're not even remotely close in terms of shade. Yeah, me too, Myra. In fact, I was literally saying this earlier. Calvin and I were talking about this when we were talking about carrying on our conversation about the skins that we had on stream last night. And I think that it would add so much to the canopy beds if they made those dyeable zones, because otherwise you're stuck with red linens whether you like them or not. And that one change to be able to make the covers on it two dye zones, would add a wealth of utility to that. But that's the fanciest bed that we can make. And much as I like red, and I quite like the canopy beds as they are, it would be nice to be able to use other colours and for people to be able to personalise them, and it's kind of shitty that we can't. So what have we got? What have we got in the cart? Some low bookshelves. Maybe we could have one of those up there. It'll need imping up a little bit though. Cupboards, probably don't need cupboards up there. Tell you what I didn't make, I was thinking of making like an alchemy table. I could still knock one of those up, I guess. Feel like a bedroom. Should possibly have a fine high chair, but the only ones I've got here are pine wood, so I might have to make one specially. Let's have another one of the flower carpets though. And what have we got in the boat? Fountain, randomly. Oh, I forgot about lamps though. So let's go and just stick a lamp up in the bathroom and then put one in the bedroom as well. Some marble tables, some bedside tables. Well, I think that might be it to start with. We'll play with the bits that we've got and then we'll see. But I think I'm going to need to make a wardrobe rather than using that one that's there. And I probably want to... Hello! Hello, puss. Probably want to drop some of these back in the forge.
What is?
Hello, Vlad. Thank you for the sub. So... Can't even see it now. Forge. There we go. Let's drop some of those dyes back because they are heavy. I think we've done the... What have I done the bed in? Yeah, I know. Don't like the forge. Maybe I did the bed in the russet, actually, rather than the pink. Yeah, that looks likely. Let's do that.
What is?
Thank you, Massa. Also, what are you guys up to tonight? I said hello when we started off the stream, Massa, but I don't think I've checked in with you since. Are you guys worming at the moment? Now, I said I was gonna just pop a lamp in the bathroom before I forget. So let me do that. Where shall we put it? Not going to be able to nest it into these walls because of the bars. Nest it into the wall that the trellis is on, but I don't think it's going to fit that neatly. What a conundrum. I don't really want to tuck it into the ladders. You're doing archaeology, are you, Vlad? Where are you doing archaeology? Which server are you doing archaeology on at the moment? Wonder if... Do these things tuck at all? The other trouble with a one-tile house is, of course, you can't actually get the distance that you need to sort of see what you're doing with lamps and things, where you kind of need to be able to look down and up. I think I might do better with things like this to just hang them off the wall. Oh, that's a point. Now we can place them anywhere on walls. Will it let me do it on a barred wall? Why, yes, it will. It should mean I can actually do it a little bit lower down. Oh, except for... Okay, so this is the other place where barred walls screw you. Because it's got this angled lip, it means that if you try and place things on it, it starts to get really weird as soon as you get near the angled bit. You're doing archaeology on Cadence. Awesome. I am a big archaeology fan. In fact, I think archaeology is my highest skill. Myra too, although Myra's doing papyrus making this evening, I think. So if we secure that, I think it's already filled. You know, I don't quite get on with silver lamps, but I've picked up a few of them over the years. Also, is that one died? Also, did that? Oh no, wait, that's the wall. Let's try again, shall we? It's died, look at that. Not sure how I feel about that. Don't know if I want my bathroom to be in an even bluer glow. I'm going to need a scrubby brush for that, aren't I? So, one of my many metal brushes. Let's remove the colour on that one. You've just started. Okay. Oh, your highest skills fishing. Awesome. I have just been coming back to fishing after about a decade of not fishing because I got the first, I don't know, 25 skill or something, just kind of enjoying AFK fishing before they did the fishing update. And then it's taken me all this time to come back to it, but now I'm super into it. So I got it from 40, about 40-ish skill a couple of weeks ago at the Impalong. It's now up to about 75, 76, something like that. So I've been enjoying it. I've been enjoying it. You're still in keeping eyes open and crocheting, are you? Nice. You made a ton of books for your library and dyed them. So you know what? I also love dyeing books, but the other thing is, if you've got rift mats to spare, which I do, Seraphina has done some beautiful things using size runes on her library books to just give a little bit of visual variety to the shelves, and it is so good. And I am absolutely one of those people who will waste a shit ton of rune mats, of rift mats, making size runes to play with things, as some of you will know, because if you're in the Coterie Discord, which is, by the way, pinned at the top for anybody who isn't in it and would like to be, we've got a little Discord where we chat and there's stream notifications and things. But I posted in the Discord a week or so ago where I'd gone mad with size runes and tried upping and downing the sizes of different things in the house. And I am so going to stick a load on books for some of that visual variety as well. Yeah. Yeah, Ruffle also gave me a nice crate load. We've been making good use of them to go playing with size ruining all of our furniture for that exact reason. So, and I've also, oh crap, you know what? I don't think I've put down the ones that I got on stream yesterday. No, I haven't. Look, I'm still walking around with 6 kilos of rift mats. Well done, me. I also don't know why my coin is in there, and the one I got for burying one of those, I don't know, scorpions that tried to kill me. Where's my coin purse? Where's my coin purse? There it is. It's right there. Yeah, I'm not really a big fan of the silver hanging lamps. Like, they don't give off a whole lot of light, but also, I don't know, the flame on them is a little bit weird. But because I'm also a bit of a wombler, like Ruffle, I have picked up quite a collection of different kinds of hanging lamps from various fallen deeds over the years that I've just been passing through. Because lamps are one of the things that I'll always see if they've unsecured yet, because they tend to hang around a lot longer than most other things on fallen deeds. And I had a little bit of a collection of them, so I thought that maybe this would be a good place to be using them. So we're going to go and haul the bedroom furniture up before I get much more distracted doing some waffling. We got somebody in local. But yeah, you've size altered some of yours. So you're just starting with archaeology, Vlad. Well, you might be happy to know that archaeology, somewhat like fishing, is one of those ones that is quite easy to skill, and partly the reason is that you don't really need to do anything different as you get to higher levels. Like, all of your archaeology skill just comes from doing the bit of archaeology that's fun, which I think is probably part of the reason why it's such a popular skill, you know? For some things, to skill them super high, there are rewards, sort of, in-game benefits to having high skill, but the journey to getting that skill high is kind of tedious. But archaeology is not one of those. You just keep doing archaeology and it just keeps magically going up. What is my archaeology up to? Not nowhere near as high as Myra's, but it's in the mid-90s, I think. What am I looking for? Archaeology 95.99. So it can be addictive. It can be addictive. And the good kind of addictive as well. And if you haven't yet sorted out some neat frag storage, boy, have we got some suggestions for you. But we'll probably let you get into archaeology first, because I don't want to overwhelm you with here's how to store 64,000 frags in one unit. Fun though that is. But yeah, there are some good ways to do mass frag storage if you need it. Ruffle is also quite the fan of archaeology. I think we've probably got quite a few archaeology fans here. Some of your books got faster vehicle speed. Yeah, with the size runes, because it speeds them up as well as resizing them. That's the bathroom, so one more. There we go. Sounds like some good logistics. Mm-hmm. Yeah, the masses of items you create. I mean, archaeology is actually a game changer.
That makes me
in a lot of
quivering.
ways, but particularly, for example, for people who don't have priests, and also for people who aren't particularly interested in skilling a lot of the smithing skills. Archaeology will allow you to make really nice high quality items as you start to level it up that are way beyond your smithing skills. And I've got like next to no weapon skill, and my blacksmithing's good, my jewelry smithing's okay, but no weapon smithing skill, no armor smithing skills, no shield smithing skills. But my archaeology creations, I can create quality 95 armor pieces and tools and things, and it feels a little bit cheaty in a way, but you are also rolling the dice. You'll get, for every sort of really nice one that you'll get in iron or steel or something useful, you'll also get a bunch of things in like copper or zinc. And ask Bun, me, and probably anybody else here who does archaeology, how many rare and supreme things we've made in an absolutely useless material. And that's unfortunately just sort of part of what you have to kind of live with. That's the flip side of it. There's going to be some disappointments in terms of some of those, but also some really lucky creations. Now, it feels. Hang on, guys, just bear with me a second. Something just pinged at me. I have no idea what it was. I feel like it might be asking for trouble to put the bed right next to opening portcullis, because you could roll out of bed and right out onto the deck. I don't think I can tuck it quite. Yeah, look, see, I can't fit it behind the ladder. It would clip through the ladder. And I could put it like dead center so that you can literally like climb into bed. But I have to say, with a small bed, one of the benefits of a small bed is that I don't have to do that. So I think instead I kind of need to pick the alignment of my bed, and then I'm just going to fit everything else around it. Wonder if I can tuck it. What if I do it long ways? How neat might that be, or not? What am I carrying that is so heavy? Probably the barrels of dye. Let's just put those down a second. No. Is it just all the yeah, okay, there we go. It's all the stuff I'm carrying. So, I mean, that kind of works. Kind of works. Maybe it's better there than... I'm afraid the portcullises are going to drive you nuts. Because, this is another little point. Minor niggle of mine. You cannot prevent yourself from going through your own doorways, even if you lock them and remove permissions to yourself with them. If you've got the enter permissions on a building, there's no way to stop particular doors opening for you, which means those portcullises are just going to go up and down and up and down. Mimas, you've had 2 men fall out of your church window. Yeah. I mean, you can generally prevent guests from falling out of those windows, but not anybody who's going to have any kinds of permissions to do anything in the space. So let's just start putting these in some other places to clear them out of the middle of the room. So I can then... I don't know that they're going to actually stay in these places. I just kind of want to get them out of the way so I can have a think about what goes where. It's interesting. I've never noticed that clip through before. But then I don't think I've ever accidentally placed one over. Let's try that again. Let's try that one again. Like that. I'm probably not going to want the second one, whatever I do. Let's just pick those up a second and try dropping one of these so that I don't have to keep looking at that hole in the floor. You were able to lock up portcullis for yourself, Bun. How did you manage it? So what I've tried doing with these is the first thing I tried doing was separating the doors from the controls on the building. So this is not controlled by the building, but then even if you deny permission to somebody who has permissions to do stuff on the building, the doors will still open for them. And I think it is tied to, it's tied to the may enter permission. But if you take the may enter permission off someone, even if they've still got these ones, they won't actually be able to use them, because that's what I was testing earlier. And I thought that would fix it. I was hoping that if I took away the may enter, as long as I didn't have the main door downstairs locked, or I had that one controlled separately, that then the doors wouldn't automatically open for me. But unfortunately, it also then wouldn't let me move or touch anything in the building, even though I had the requisite permissions, because I didn't have. May enter seems to control your ability to do anything in the building at all. And as long as you've got it ticked, even if a door is locked to you, and even if you've put something on, like the manage the doors separately, and then, for example, set it to deny. I think I tried doing it on Crimson specifically, but I think I also tried doing it on Crimson through Alliance perms. So if I deny my permissions on that door, it still opens for me. Dead frustrating. Because we use them as sort of like windows a lot. You've got death portcullises on your building as well. Let's have a look at your size rune books, Myra. Nice. Nice. So yeah, I did. I mean, if there is a way, Bun, I would dearly love to know it. That would be really useful to know, because it always frustrates me. But for now, instead, we've got death portcullises basically. Maybe if I lined the bed up against this back one, I literally, like, I could roll out of bed into the water, which it says, and then nearly just walks out of it anyway. Trouble is, then I would need to turn the ladder around on just this side, and I don't know how I feel about having the ladders on different sides on different floors. I kind of like them all being aligned, you know? But I'm not sure that I like this whole bed half tucked behind the ladder, so you know what? Maybe we just have to suck it up. Right, one more time. That goes there. Which then means bedside table can go nice and neatly next to it, and also can get tucked a little bit into the wall, because we're short of space here. I don't think these are dyeable. Oh, no, they are. So I should be able to dye that to match the bed. And of course it doesn't match. Of course not. Now, let me just check that is also what I dyed the bed. 139. Oh, no, it's not. So actually, that's my bad. So the covers are dyed in russet. What have I dyed the bed in? Is it the pink? Let's go and have a look. Because maybe I can get it to match. No! Try again. Try again, try again. I'm in the forge. In the forge, okay. Now, what did we say? 139. Is that what the... Yeah, okay, so the wood was done The wood was done in the kind of the dusky pink colour. Let's try again. That's what I get for assuming. You're back at the peephole, Tantail. Why is it called a peephole, dare I ask? Are you spying on Ruffle again, Myra? Right. Scrubby brush. Grim scrubby brush. Let's take that off. Then she's neglecting her. Oh no. Full. Get it, get it. No, it's not a sheep. It's a champion deer. Right, let's try again. Is it going to match the bed? Is it? Is it? Oh, folks, there you go. Cedar wood, cedar wood. Boy, are they not the same. But you know what? I'll live with it. Tonally, they still kind of work. I don't quite know why I ended up with a pink bedroom. That wasn't my intention. I'm pretty sure I can't. However, I want ruin the bookshelves, and that looks kind of clashy to me. I'm not sure how I feel about that. You just tried. You locked portcullis, separated it from the building. Oh, okay. So you did it with Kingdom. So let's just try that again. So permissions. Is this, out of interest, Bun, is this a building that Bun owns? Or is it owned by another toon? Because that may also make a difference. I did try handing this off to another toon earlier. Maybe Ruffle's been planting trees between you to decrease your visibility on purpose, Myra. You know, just saying. Manage door. So you denied Kingdom of Freedom Isles rather than your toon specifically. Is that right? Apply changes. Okay, let's try. No, that didn't do it. Outrageous. Hmm. I mean, I could log Ollie in and just try handing the building over to her and trying it again, but I thought that I had tried that earlier. Is it also a building, Bun, in which you have permissions to do everything else? So can you push and pull things and pick up items in that building? And have you, since locking yourself out of it, stepped back and then stepped towards it again so you know that it's not just the gate glitching because you're too close when the perms change? If we can get to the bottom of this, it would be super. So golden. It's so golden. I can't do it. I can't do it. It's gonna have to be something else. What else have we got here? Out of interest, how does walnut look with the pink? That's not too bad. So maybe if I made myself a low bookshelf in walnut, those would go more nicely. See, with a bedroom, I kind of feel like there should be a dressing table, but these are always a little bit small for that. On the other hand, I did bring two of them up, so maybe I could have one that's a bedside table and one that's a dressing table over there. Right. So I'm going to make myself a low bookshelf and a fine high chair. Low bookshelf, what do I need? Large nails, shafts, planks. So 4 and 1 on the plank and shafts, and 2 large nails. Let's do that one first. So what did I say I was going to make it in? Walnut. Let's have one of those. I need to close some of these things in my inventory because they're taking up all the space. One shaft. Oh, you know what? I didn't check. What do I need to... No, that's fine. The shaft can be the last thing. In planks. Yeah, let's not use the archaeology wood planks. Boy, I really needed to make myself some more planks, didn't I? Oh well, let's have chestnut. Nobody likes chestnut. and 2 large nails, which I'm going the wrong way for.
Yes.
Hey, thank you for the follow. Now, 2 of them's. Right, let's go. She says, low bookshelf. What? Why can't I? What do you mean there's not enough space in front of me? Am I going to have to go down the floor because of the bed? Oh, Wurm, you're so weird. Right, let's try again. There we go. Cutting the trees back down, Myra, so you can spy on her better. Outrageous. Okay, so because you're the owner, it works differently for you. Now, do you know what? I could have sworn that I tested this. In fairness, I didn't test it with Freedom of Kingdom Isles permissions, but I did test it with Crim specific permissions earlier. Bun, did you answer my question? I don't think you did. When you weren't the owner, could you still push, pull, pick up items and use all of the other perms? That wasn't preventing you from doing that? Because presumably you haven't turned the enter all permission off on the building. It's just the permission on that door. Is that right? Where is it? There we go. So yeah, you've got all perms. Okay. Right. I'm going to log Olivet on and we'll try it. Because if you've managed to solve this for us, it'll be your slaughterhouse. Well, that tells us what Bun's doing this evening. Pantail, you're... Oh, I see. You're trying to look out for the scout camp. Is that what you mean by the peephole? Oh, Bun. No. No. None of this. Oh. Again. Here we go. What else did I say I wanted to make? Fine high chair. So for that... Okay. 2 square pieces of cloth. Wait. Yeah. Not wool. 3 planks, 2 small nails. So let's have 2 of those, and yes, I have got walnut planks. What I never pay attention to when I look up things and then promptly dismiss them is which are the first items I need to start with. But luckily, that was a pun that paid off. You just came home from treasure hunting. Did you get anything good? Did you get any good rare rolls on your treasure hunting exploits tonight? Add crafting window. Then let's do a couple of those. Then we'll load up the small nails and queue up those. Then the maple wood plank. May have overestimated how easily I'd be able to add that cloth to it, but we'll see. And finish logging Olivet on so that we can go and test this perms thing. What do I think? Did you even get a rare source crystal tonight? No. No, I got nothing. Sorry, Bun. I feel like for all this work, there should be a treasure hunting skill, you know? Not even a rare source. Well, even if you got a rare source, you'd still be bitching and moaning about it, so frankly, I'm not sure you deserve any more of them. You've got more than enough. Ignatius. You got a rare mooring rope. Okay, well, that'll give you a 1 in several hundred chance on a rare boat, I guess. Although, what other things can you do? I suppose, is there any benefit to a rare anchor? No, wait, that wouldn't work because it's a two-part item. What else uses mooring ropes? Search by material. For anybody who doesn't know this, by the way, your crafting recipe window, if you've got a rare mat and you're not sure what to do with it, switch away from your basic search, switch to search material instead, and then it will bring up all of the things you can use that on. It's unfortunate if the thing that you're trying to search is something like a brick, however, because it will bring up every wall crafting recipe with it. But so, mooring anchor's no good to us because it's a two-part item, and therefore the rare won't transfer. Those are bridge bits, so those are no good, so it is just boats, basically. And not even the little boats. Okay, sailing boat is the smallest thing you can do with that. How many items does a sailing boat require? Some. 150, 160, 170 and something. Hey, Buddha, how you doing? Oh, that's cool. So that's the thing I've never tried. So you can right-click and... Ooh, find in recipes. Nice. Do you know what? That is a button I have never explored. Look at that. Good tip. Thanks, Butter. 1 in 100, more like 1 in 1,500. Okay, not for a small sailboat, but yes, for the bigger boats. A lot. Small sailboats, you know, just a few hundred, 1 in a few hundred. I mean, what else are you going to do with your rare mooring rope? Break it at the gods in dismay. 223 in a sailboat. There you go. I don't know, is it a new button? I'm not sure that it is, you know. I think I'm just really shit at actually ever exploring these buttons. Like, I know that you can emote at things because we've discovered some interesting interactions where you try emoting at things that we'd not tried before. Which is also instantly how we learned that you can emote at people's specific body parts and you get some funny text for certain ones if you try them. Newish in the last couple of years. Okay. So we've got our chair, we've got our bookshelf. Tonally, okay with one another, and I think the bookshelf might go slightly better with the bed. Slightly better with the bed than the chair does, but they will both at least go a lot better with the bed than the other bookshelf did. So let's have that one back. And pop that one. Is there any way? I think I'm going to want this not up against those because otherwise they're just going to clip through and I can't really get around that and I think it will bug me. I suppose, though, I could put something on the top of that shelf, like, say, a book or a chest. Small chests incidentally fit beautifully in these slots, so that would hide it. And that will appease me. So let's secure that one. Let's secure that one. And before I forget about her entirely, let's try handing this building off to Olivet and then try Bun's thing and see if we can actually stop those portcullises opening and closing. So if we change the ownership of this building to Olivet, I will then, I think, temporarily lose all permissions on it. And then over on Ollie, if I go manage buildings and set Calvert and I up with permissions on it again. Do you happen to know, Bun, did you have the manage perms, i.e. did you have all of the perms on the building? I'm assuming you probably did. Right, so that's Calvert and me set up with all perms. Then, permissions, manage door. It is still not controlled by the building, so Bun reckons if we deny all to the Kingdom of Freedom Isles, which it's saved from the last time, it should then prevent it opening. Oh, Bun, you genius. That is, do you know what? That's Ruffle, we figured out how to do it, or Bun's figured out how to do it. You've got a supreme tenon, Ruffle. Do you use tenons on a sailboat? You could take a punt on a bigger one. Interesting. Wait, hang on. I definitely tried it earlier with the individual ones. I was about to say, I don't think it seemed to work with the individual permissions, but maybe that one is done just to me and not to the kingdom. So maybe it does work like that. Oh, swear I tried this earlier. Right, let's just check it on the ones upstairs. No, downstairs. Downstairs, we've got a couple more of them. These ones are also. Oh, look at that. No more portcullis sounds. Barn, I could kiss you. Well done. Well done. No more clanky portcullises. So, Ruffle, the building needs to be owned by somebody other than the toon that you want the portcullises to stop opening and closing to. So I've just handed this off to Olivette. I've then set up full manage permissions for me on the building with Olivette. And it looks like both ways work, but you need to separate the door out so it's no longer controlled by the building. And then on those specific portcullis
Yes.
doors, you can either deny
Magnificent.
everybody in Kingdom Isles to stop anybody from running through it, or you can do it for a specific player. You could just do it for yourself. So none of these are now opening for me, which is perfect. But what I should check actually is I've done it for both on that one. I need to do it for both on all of them because if other people can access this building, I don't want everybody else falling out of them except for me. So that one is done for the kingdom and me. Let me just check the two down here again before somebody else falls out one of my windows. So there we go. That one needs it. That's interesting. So that actually doesn't currently have anything set. And yet, it's not actually letting me through it anyway, weirdly. I wonder if it's because I already denied permissions to myself. In any case, manage door, deny all. There we go. No more falling out of portcullises and no more activating them all the goddamn time. Ah, it would also stop you from accidentally demolishing an entire building. You are quite correct. And yes, that was unfortunate. That was unfortunate. I feel for you. Well, I think that having an archaeology desk up here as well would be a bit much. Don't think I can fit one of those in there as well. We do only have one tile to play with after all. But maybe that little bit there bothers me, but maybe I could put something on the table. I think I'm probably all right. And that's probably not sticking through the walls. But I will need to go downstairs and just check. However, that chair is way too big to go with that teeny tiny little table in the corner. Maybe a stool would do it. Hang on, we've still got that on material. I know, and it's particularly heartbreaking that it was made of pottery brick as well, of all the things. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it gave Ruffle palpitations as well. That's pretty gutting. Like Calvert was getting palpitations just for accidentally deleting the wrong one of his channel point rewards last night. Even that would have been if he had to go and rebuild it from scratch, hell of a lot quicker to re-implement than an entire 4-story pottery brick building. Oh, I have actually got some stools there. They're all chestnut though. We don't want chestnut. So first of all, let's dye that one the same colour. The same colour as the other one, even though it doesn't match the beds. Tell you what, for a small piece of furniture, it uses a heck of a lot of dye. I'm On the plus side, I think you can dye stools. So maybe we can get a stool to match. Which maybe means I could just use one of those. Oh, this is going to go badly, isn't it? Let's close that for a second. No, I can't actually access things from his car. I suppose I don't need it open when I'm up there. But what I am going to do is drop this bookshelf that I'm carrying around somewhere, because cedar did not work in that space. You were in shock. Yes, I heard that her friends went and helped her fix it. And that took I'm sure that took quite some fixing as well. Like, that's not a small thing to try and replace. You good eggs, the lot of you. Now, on stools, you sit on one of the curved sides, but it's very difficult to tell without actually sitting down, because I never remember which way they're oriented automatically. And when you're in first person, it looks like you can twist around, but if you go into third person, then it will show you which way the stool is facing, and clearly I am the wrong way around on this one. Now, what I didn't do was pay attention to how much I rotated it. So let's just try again. Probably only did it one. No, apparently I did it the whole way. Oh my god. Third time lucky. Please. So let's just try like that. There we go. Look at that. Teeny tiny little tucked into the corner dressing table. I just need to put something on it, because that little lip of wood there is going to bug me. Let's find out if you can indeed dye stools. Yeah, you can. She built it back on her own. Yeah, but you guys helped to make the bricks, right? And it's like the bricks are a big part of what made that quite so gutting, I think, because pottery bricks, they do take time. I'm not convinced they actually take much more time than other kinds of bricks. Also, you know, I'm just going to make one in cedar wood and see if it makes a difference. How did I close my bloody bulk storage? Oh, down we go again, guys. You know what? I've got 9 stories to decorate, and we are on the 3rd. How far into stream are we? It's only 10:30. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's all fine. Are we? We must be approaching sunset. Hang on, what time are we on? Yup. In third person. No wonder I can't see a bloody thing. I seriously, I don't know how anybody plays in third person. I know some of you do and can't imagine playing in first person. Me, I struggle to imagine how anybody plays in third person. Oh, look. Look. Have we just missed an eclipse, or is there one about to happen? I don't need to be in the bedroom to be building and dyeing this stool, so I'm just going to go up top. How's that for a sunset? Pretty good. We have just missed an eclipse. A partial eclipse, I think. They are moving apart. Yeah, nobody could risk having Ruffle Rage quit. I only just got her back into the game, guys. I mean, in fairness, quite a few of us collect sheep, but Ruffle is sheep rustler supreme. Yeah, so they do take about the same time to make. Clay, at least, is quite easy to get en masse, and it's slightly nicer than sitting in a mine. But I don't know why, for example, the market price that people have settled on for pottery bricks is that much higher. Maybe it's just because, I don't know, because of the difficulty. But on the other hand, I feel like it's more. It's at least as much faff. Maybe different kind of faff than just making other kinds of bricks where you have to do a lot more material swapping, picking up and dropping them and things. But Queen of Floof, is that your new title? Queen of Floof. Right, what was I doing? I was gonna make a stool. One shaft, two shafts, two planks. Easy peasy. And I'm gonna make it in cedar wood. One of those. One of those. And two of these. In basically any material that I don't want fir wood. I hate fir wood. Let's make it in fir wood. Start it in fir wood. Move that out the way of the nice sunset that we've got happening over there. More actions, 2.5 per brick in clay, and then you can fire them. Okay, but you can drop a whole stack of them into a kiln and then drag it straight from a kiln into a BSB. So it's not really 4.5 actions per brick. Like, the action economy is better than that would make it appear. Score up on your enclosed deed again, Madoon. Like, is any of the stuff that's enclosed technically in perimeter, or is that all in deed? Like, can they spawn on deed? I assume they probably can, actually. It's probably just spawned on your deed rather than wandered into your deed, because I don't think deeds prevent spawning. Has it made it on the floor, or has it made it in my inventory? It's made it in my inventory. Sunset. Silky. I mean, enclosing it to stop random incursions will help a lot, because most things wander onto your deed rather than spawn on them, but I think that things can still spawn on your deed. And the deed that Calvert and I passed on stream yesterday when we went to Machu Picchu on Exodus, I don't know if you noticed, but when we went up to the gate, there were a load of dead animals like scorps and things inside the perimeter, inside the deed, on the other side of locked gates, and I assume those are ones that have spawned in there and then just starved or died of old age if that's an inactive deed. So it's possibly reduced spawn on deed, but I don't think it's prevented. We're about to get my favourite bit. We're about to get the purpling, the pinking into purple. So guys, just bear with me a second. Just Calvert checking in, having gotten back late and off to bed. What time are we on? 10:30. 10:30. They can do the same things that toons can. No, wait, they can't. Toons can jump hedges, but animals can't, because animals don't slide down sheer cliff faces. Basically, all animals have got like sticky spider legs. So animals can walk on any surface no matter how sheer. They don't fall in the way that toons fall, and it's the falling mechanic that allows people to glitch over fences and hedges. So it shouldn't be that way. But whether or not they, despite the falling off the cliff, it may be possible that they can still actually glitch through fences and hedges. I think it is more likely, though, they have just spawned on your deed. Soz. All animals are mountain goats. I mean, I'd say it's more like all animals are like spiders, but yeah, maybe. Hello, baby. Are you so hungry? That's unfortunate. Well, much as I would like to watch the skies forever, I suppose I better get back to building and decorating, or this stream will just never end. And I mustn't forget that I've dropped one of my flower carpets up here. If I'm like, oh, where did my extra carpet go? There it is. Oh, so hungry. I'll come feed you in a bit, sweet pea. So, what I was going to do, all of this, was really just to see if a cedarwood one dies more like that bedside table. Wait, I span it too far. What were we using? We were using the pink dye, weren't we? Than the chestnut wood did, but in my experience, most woods, no, see, there you go. In my experience, when you're dyeing lighter woods, it really does not make that much difference. So there you go, look at that. Basically identical, they just come out a different color to these, and also a different color, I think, to the bed. Oh, Wurm. It's actually tonally a little bit better aligned to the bedwood than it is to the bedside tables, but in any case, I'll live with it. So let's place that way, I think we said. There we go. Pretty good. So I'm gonna need some Deco tap bits to put on the side. I haven't got a whole lot of Deco tap with me. I could knock up a book quickly to go there, but have I got any paper in here? Or papyrus? I do. So let's have one of those and a string of cloths. Hello, sweet pea. I know you're so hungry. So hungry. I'm going to go feed that cat in a second, or she's going to keep reaching up and dabbing me. I can safely log Olivet off now, since Operation Stop the Fucking Portcullis is going was a success, thanks to Bun. Let's pop that back. And shouldn't have popped that back, because I ought to just do it a very quick imp. I haven't got all of my papyrus making stuff keyed up in my tool belt, so I'm not going to take it far. I'm just going to take it up past creation quality and try and remember to imp it up a little bit later. Can you stop grabbing my fingers, please? I'm going to go feed this cat and grab myself another drink. I will be right back. Ish.
Meh. Brr.
I see you're entertaining yourself with sheep in my absence. Don't blame you. Oh, I've got polos. I forgot I got polos. Have we run out of...
Meh.
Yeah.
Brr.
Well, that's slightly better than creation quality. You think Bun's name is funny? Yes. Yes, Massa. Funnily enough, Bun is Norwegian. Um, no, it's not Marco Polo. Now, that back. Let's dye the book because undyed books are a little bit dull. Back out third person. And let's see if we can use that to cover up that. Somewhat, but I can still see behind it. Maybe I should just suck it up and stick a small chest on there. Put the book somewhere else. Can I use the book to hide that little bit? Is it going to look weird if I do? Oh, that's sloped as well. Hmm. Hmm. It can go down here. Actually, you know what? I might save that for a different floor. What did I say? Small chest. Do a small chest. We'll dye the carpet. I don't think I've got... I might have a couple of bits of deco tat, like a flask and things that I can put on the shelves. Bottomlessness only applies to toasted cheese open face sandwiches. That's very specific, Ignatius. Small nails, 4 planks. Easy peasy. I definitely should have made myself some more planks before stream tonight, though. Wood color's not going to matter because we're going to dye it, so we can make it in anything that I want to get rid of. Which unfortunately is not a whole lot. What did I say it needed? 4 planks. So I've just gone with the maple wood, but never mind. Perfect way in which small chests fit into low wooden shelves slots, by the way, also makes them very good for storing and displaying your New Year's chests if you collect those. So I've got all of mine slotted neatly into empty low bookshelves. Close but no cigar, Ignatius. Does indeed need another 3. Now, I kind of feel inclined to dye it a different colour. Well, maybe I'm just messing with things. Maybe I shouldn't. Maybe I should stick to what I've been doing. So let's dye it with the pink dye. And then we'll pop it on my shelf. Thankfully, when I make carpentry items, they do tend to pop out at about 50-ish creation QL. Unlike my books. So there you go, you just got to slot them in. Although they're a little bit wide, they do tuck really nice and neatly in. What do you mean there's no room? What do you mean there's no room? Am I about to find out that they only tuck neatly into empty ones? Because I might flip a fucking table. Wow. Really? God damn it. Well, let that be a lesson to you folks. Apparently, you can only tuck them in to the empty ones. So I'm just gonna tuck that book at a jaunty angle in there, and that'll do. Don't really have space to put a chest at the end of the bed. Still need to put something on there, and maybe something on there for interest's sake, and dye the rug. Wonder if we could get away with doing. If I do the rug with pink as well, though, it's going to be a bit too much matchy matching, don't you think? But the russet's kind of orangey, and that might be worse. I'm going to go down and get. Let's just dye the trim and see. Maybe it won't be too terrible. No, it's the mystery ducks. Mystery ducks. That is not a tonal match, Wurm. No. This might be one of the rugs that I have to come back to later. Alternatively, though, I could try something that is not a flower rug because the different rugs do dye a bit differently. So maybe I'll try one of the large rugs up here. Invisible killer ducks. Yep, sounds legit. Right. Let's go and get a different rug. Go and grab a couple of other dyes and see if I've got just a couple of bits of scatter tat to put up here. Incidentally, if you are trying to decorate off-deed in a building like this, you know the best things you can decorate with are going to be eggs and chess pieces, because as we know, they don't decay in the bloody wild anyway. So they're not going to decay in your off-deed. Ooh, those have all taken damage. Not going to decay in your off-deed house either. What are my choices? Could have a candelabra up there. Might want to save that for one of the others though. Let's have one of the pottery flasks. And I needed one of those carpets. Let's take 2 of those. Counteract stools, don't want any of those. Those can actually kind of all go back in there for now. Have I got anything else interesting? Say in that. Oh, hang on. We did some of the bedroom in walnut, right? Maybe I can find a place for that coffer to go. Beamish boy, what's in you? I feel like a beer stein next to the bed is probably a bit much. Yep, skulls, keys. Yep, like Ruffle says. That might be it. Oh, no. I said I was going to grab more dye. Let's close that right back down as well. What are my options? If we take the blue up, maybe we can mix. Take the blue and the red up. Maybe we can mix something. I have to say, though, even that red is not a terribly strong red. It's not much stronger than the russet. Got any glue? Tonal Matt, what are we singing? The duck song. How does the duck song go? Asking for a friend. Now, first of all, let's try. I think this is going to be a clash because this is one of my ground. Oh, that's quite nice actually. So if we move that to the center, Adds a little bit of lightness to the room. Well, turned it the wrong way though. Oh, I see, I see. The duck song, of course. Am I going to regret clicking on this link, Myra? What? What? I'm sorry, what is the origin of this song? Is this something I would know if I had kids? Or is this one of those things like rathergood.com, which is not for kids at all when you get far enough into it? Yeah, that works. That works. A little bit of bedside booze. Oh, look, it's even already coloured. How good is that? How good is that? Although, maybe that should have gone there, but that sloping bit's going to trip me. No, I think I need to find something else to deal with that. That can go back there. That wasn't centered. Let me try again. There we go. Right, we've got a bedroom. I'm still not thrilled about the walnut against the other colors. Maybe I just need to not have a bookshelf there and instead have a tapestry. It might be a bit late. Fuck it. You know what? What does it take to make a tapestry stand? Just, I was so nearly done with this room. I was so close. Tapestry stand. Plank, a shaft. One plank, 4 shafts, 2 small nails. One plank. Wait, how many shafts did I say? I've immediately forgotten. 4 shafts. 1 plank, 4 shafts. So let's have 3 of those and let's make it in walnut. And I think I said small nails. Was it 1 or 2? I can't remember. Many versions of the duck songs. Okay. Okay. So maybe this is something I would know if I had kids or knew more people who had kids. I am of the generation where like my friends should mostly have kids now, but actually the kind of people that I've made friends with don't. It turns out not sort of people who've ended up having families. Although, not entirely sure how I feel about this. But oh, it's shared everywhere, kids or no kids. Well, clearly it's not shared in the places that I go. I did take part in DRF, but in my defense, I was staffing and streaming for most of the DRF. So, you know. Is that the one? Yes, tapestry stand. There we go. This is another one of those ones where the bed gets in the way, clearly. Is that going to prevent me from putting a tapestry down on a tile that's already got a bed in? Let's hope not. Hey Sky, how you doing? So yeah, I sort of because I'm at that age where most people my age, if they're going to have kids, have probably had kids by now. It's starting to make me feel my age a little bit. But yesterday I was asked out on a date by quite a handsome young 27-year-old man, and I was like, I don't know if that means aesthetically speaking I have now entered my cougar era, or if it's just that he was like, she looks pretty young for how old am I? Late 30s, something. I don't know my own fucking age. What year are we in? 2025. Maybe he just took a look at me and thought, she looks pretty young for 38. Thought he'd take a punt. It was like, I mean, he's very good looking, but for me, 27 feels like a baby. Now I was like, I mean, I'm flattered. I don't think I can do it. I'm just, that feels too young. Um, so maybe I've just now got some kind of like, cougar MILF energy. Maybe I'm at that age. When you were 23 and 19-year-old ran away from you because you were so old. Oh, no, it's not an unacceptable age gap for my age. And if it were the other way round, it would also not be unacceptable. In my late 20s, I was absolutely getting embroiled with people in their late 30s. Um, it just, I don't know. I feel like in some ways, hang on, I need to not just talk and not craft. Let me. In some ways, I feel like because of the specific age I am, so um, somebody who's just a few years younger than me often had a really very, very different childhood experience to me than somebody 10 years older than me. And that is because I think that's largely because of the like that technological revolution, like whether you remember the internet becoming domestically available and your experience of that kind of radically shifts, I think, a lot of your sort of your worldview and your experiences. And so in a way, I find it much, much harder to relate to people who were just a few years behind me than people who were a decade ahead of me. And I think that's partly down to the internet and how old you were at the point that that technology revolution was happening. Not just the internet, but also like, gaming and everything else around it. I think the other part of it is I have two older brothers, and they are 10 and 12 years older than me. Um, so even though I was a kid born in the 80s and who should have been a 90s kid in terms of like your kind of your cultural touchstones for things like music and film and stuff. Actually, I wasn't. I was more like an 80s kid because I grew up very, very influenced by my older brother's tastes in music and film and television and all of that kind of stuff. So I feel much more like an 80s kid, even though I did most of my growing up in the sort of the 90s and the early noughties. And so I think it's a combination of those two things. Um, when you were 32 and pregnant, people thought you, oh, meme. That sounds like a pretty uncomfortable experience to have had. Um, People do make a lot of assumptions about people's age, though, based on appearance. Um, like the field that I work in, um, and the level at which I work is quite an advanced one. So my career is in sustainability, and I work with a lot of people who are older than me. Um, but I didn't I started this particular job, although I've been working in this field for basically my whole career. I started this particular job last summer, and one of the people who I've gotten quite friendly with over the past year was gobsmacked to discover I was in my late 30s because she could have sworn I was in my late 20s, and I was like, no, I'm just kind of, you know, a bit baby face. It's like, how would anybody have got enough experience to do this job by their late 20s? Like, she's like, I just thought that you were brilliant. I was like, "Mm." And young apparently, but yeah, no. Massa, when you were 14, you bought your older. Do you know what? That's another one of those things, right? That those laws, particularly in the UK, I don't know how it is for everywhere else, but those laws changed a lot from when I was a teenager to people just a few years behind me because I was able to buy cigarettes at 12 and I was able to buy alcohol by 14. Um, and I was never questioned in pubs from like 13, 14 onwards. But that changed within a few years of me when they started getting a lot more stringent about those like ID checks came in the UK um, at a lower age, and they started raising the minimum age on a lot of things like that. so that's another one of those things where like my experience of being a teen and the kind of stuff you did and the things that you played and the things that you could get away with are really quite different from somebody 5 years younger than me, let alone 10 or 11 years younger than me, or whatever this lad would have been. Um, was that my tapestry stand done? Yes, it was. So then I just need some wool cloth, right? Don't actually know how much I need, but that'll do. 18 is the limit for everything except booze, which is 20 in Norway. Do you know, I don't even know what the legal limits are now in the UK to buy booze because it's gone up and up. Um, I assume it's 18, but I think they have to check for ID if they think you look less than 21. Is it challenged 21 now? Do you know what? I'm so bad. I'm so bad at this. I don't actually know, and I haven't been challenged or ID checked for anything in a very, very long time. Um, what am I doing? So wool cloth, tapestry stands. What do we want for the bedroom? Yeah, let's have that one. Oh, what do you mean I can only use it while it's on the ground? Fine, fine. Challenge 25 where you are. Yeah. Yeah, I'm with Tantail. Like, you pick up your first reading glasses tomorrow morning. Well, so you may have noticed, I a few weeks ago when I was like, I need to get my eyes checked, and I did. But the first pair of glasses they gave me, they actually got the prescription wrong on one of the lenses. So then I had to wait another 2 weeks to get them back. So I've now got my distance, they're distance glasses rather than reading glasses. But it's still only a very, very slight prescription. It's just slightly different in one eye than the other. But if they look like my old glasses, that's because I'm a creature of habit and I got the exact same lenses, like the exact same frames, with new lenses in. So I've now finally got glasses and I can see nice, sharp, crisp things again. Oh, it's such a relief. Did we? Wait, how much more do I have to? Oh my God, that takes loads. Thought I was getting off lightly. So, hang on, let's drop that one back. How many more do I need? 7. I've got plenty. So we need 7 of those, and we need some yarn. 6. After all this, I'm probably going to find it's not going to let me put it down on the same tile as a bed after all, but there's only one way we're going to find out. Too bad my glasses aren't cliff proof. Okay, in my defense, if we're talking about yesterday, the problem wasn't that I wasn't looking. Okay, the problem was that I wasn't looking. The problem was that I was tabbed away, so no glasses would have saved me. First time you got asked for credentials of when you were like 38. Nice one, Bun. Good night, Moomin. Take care. Just scrolling back up because I realised I missed a bunch of chat there, so I'm just going to go and catch up. So, oh, well, see, that's why. Because if it was in the DRF puzzle, as staff, I wouldn't have been taking part in any of the puzzles and things. So no wonder I didn't know the whatever the duck song is. Myros got the letters MILF under it. Well, in fairness, he knew I didn't have kids, so it wasn't even like that. That's why I was like, maybe I've entered my cougar era. Um, you look your age, do you, Tantail? Do you know? I think I've said this. I can't remember if I said this before on stream or not. I know I have expressed this recently, but I spent like my childhood and my teens. I was always people always assumed I was older than I was, and sometimes that was to my benefit, and sometimes that got me into some tricky situations. Um, like my first Gen Con that I went to when I was 12. and one of the judges mistook me for being, you know, an adult, and and went and asked my brother if it would be all right to ask me out on a date, and my brother found this fucking hilarious and broke it to him just how old I was. So for most of my life, I always looked older than my age, and now I seem to have reached a point where I look to a lot of people younger than my age, not massively younger, but people are often surprised by my age. And I don't know if I was ever at an age where I finally actually looked right for my age, because I seem to have just, like, having been all the way the other end of the spectrum, I seem to have now just kind of swung the other way. And I'm kind of mad that I missed it. If there was like a point, maybe in my early 30s, where I actually finally looked my age. Um, Av likes to joke that it was probably the year that I spent thinking that I was 37 when in fact I was still 36. But I don't know. Maybe that's why where I missed it. I hope you're not saying that you look 60 because you're knitting everywhere you go, Myra. Sorry, as you can see, I'm still catching up on chat though, so if you're wondering why I'm responding to things like 5 minutes ago, that's why. Madoon, you had a cunning plan sending Taro to NFI to see what starter kit he's. Do you know what? I tried the other day. I thought you would be able to, where you can search your inventory, I thought you would be able to search by tags, but I don't actually know if you can. Because I wondered if you could filter for things with the starter tag, but then I didn't realize I didn't have any. But I could have checked it on Death Kept, couldn't I? No. It feels like that feels like a missed opportunity. Filter tools, filter bulk. I feel like those tags should be tag searchable in some way, because I never use this search option in the inventory to find things. But it would be quite useful to be able to find tags that way. I don't know if there's another way to do it that anybody knows, to do exactly that, to find out how many death kept items you're carrying, for example, or to find out how many starter items you're carrying and stuff like that. Oh, Mima's 4'11". Yeah, maybe people make assumptions for that reason. People do tend to seem to make assumptions about age for people who are very tall and very short. But I mean, I think people make assumptions and then open their mouths about those assumptions way more than they should anyway. But yes, I think that Myra's right. Also, people I think are just not always very good at judging age. And how good you are at judging age obviously changes as well, like as you grow. Like I remember as a child, people being in their late 30s and 40s definitely seemed a lot older than people who are my age now. But in fairness, it's partly that I've grown up and my perception has changed, but also it's that people in their 30s and 40s now actually do look quite different than people in their 30s and 40s did when I was a kid. And I also think that if you have kids, people tend to judge your age differently, not because they see you with your kids, but because you tend to be, for example, if you've got young kids, you probably dress. And if you're a woman or a guy with long hair, if you've got long hair, you tend to do your hair in more practical ways. If you've got kids with like sticky hands and like stuff that it's going to get caught in, and so I feel like sort of a lot of what we're geared up to judge in terms of people's ages is kind of modeled on how parents will look at that age. But you tend to find if you've got people who don't have kids, or people who are neurospicy, or just people who, are of the generation or of one of the subcultures where they really lean into stuff like their dopamine dressing and their nerdery and stuff like that, it can be harder to judge people's ages when they don't seem to play by, I don't know, whatever the rules are for particular generations of people. And certainly when I was a kid, people in their late 30s and early 40s weren't weren't often seen in things like, logo t-shirts with fandoms or bands and stuff like that on, and didn't tend to still keep their hair long or be active gamers. That was another thing as well. Like, you didn't really get so many people who were gamers past their 20s when we were kids because the gaming revolution was really only just beginning. I think there's probably a lot of things that feed into it. You used to have long hair, but you don't like the hair on your neck anymore. See, I mean, in fairness, like, because I always have long hair, I don't tend to feel it on my neck at all. But I do, because I struggle to manage my temperature. I do often, particularly in warmer weather or clammier weather, end up pulling it back up off my neck. But then I've actually got it pinned up at the moment. But in hot weather, I quite like having it up in a ponytail so that I can swish it, like get a breeze on the back of my neck. Right, that's enough waffling. Enough waffling. Um, so we're about to find out, can I actually put this tapestry down after all of that? And if I do, can I do it? Yes, I can. How much is it going to interfere with that table? Probably quite a lot, but let's take that. Let's take that. There's going to be a way around this. What we're going to do is we're going to put that. Am I gonna hate this having put it there right next to the other one? Mm. Oh, I'm not sure I like the two of them together. Right, let me sort this tapestry out first. Let's do that first, because it also occurs to me it might interfere with those wheels. Was it going to clip into them necessarily? Maybe not. Yep, Turntail, I'm with you as well. Yep. My temperature regulation has always been poor, but it's definitely getting worse the older I get. Nadine, you've got longer hair because you don't like getting. Fairness, it's not that I dislike getting mine cut. I can't believe how much it costs to get it cut, and also it's kind of a faff. Well, like I did go and get mine cut because it was long overdue. About I don't know, a month, 2 months ago, I went and got several inches cut off my hair, so it's now just down to here-ish. Whereas I count my hair as being long if I can tuck it under my tits and it'll stay there. Then I know that my hair's like long, but it was getting tatty, so it really did need a good cut. But that was probably the first time I have had it cut in at least sort of 2, 3 years. Wonder, am I going to be able to get it into the wall any more than that, or is it going to object? Wonder if I can just get it far enough back that I could still have the dressing table in front of it. See, I have cut my hair in the past, but I can't cut it well. So once or twice, I, for example, put my hair into long pigtails and then sort of been like, just tested the length and chopped it off and then made somebody go and just tidy it up at the back for me. But I have to say it's not a good or a healthy cut, and it's certainly not. What's your method, Ruffle? Do you just take do you just take a like take a buzzy thing to it? Because I absolutely have known people who've done that as well. They've just been like, you know what, this is too much faff. Let's just, especially in the summer, like a nice undercut. Yup, hair clippers. So much cooler. Is it still going? Is it still going? Oh, it's almost perfectly centered as well at the moment, so I kind of don't want to mess with it. You've done your own hair for 25 years, Bun. Okay, it's done your own hair, much the same as Ruffle, and just gone at it with clippers. Okay, that's as far as the tapestry will go, but I think it's still jutting out enough that I'm not going to like that in the corner with it there. If I get a little bit further back, I can place it a little bit better. God damn it. This was going so nicely. What if instead of having it at a jaunty angle, we just have it like there. A bit further back. And then I'm definitely done with this room, or I'm just never going to get any of the other rooms done. There we go. Not that I got distracted or anything. Done. Right. Lamp. I need to put a lamp in here. Have I still got one? Yes. Yes. I was going to say, surely I've still got lamps. I picked up at least 2 or 3. So let's have one about there-ish. It's kind of centered, right? That'll do. Fuzzy thing. You didn't dare cut your son's hair, Turntail. I would be really nervous about cutting anybody's hair. Like, I could do it with clippers, but it's a skilled trade like anything else. Like, there's a reason that people train to do that shit. I've always wanted longer hair, Massa. Oh no. Okay, but that's one of those things where a hairdresser maybe could help, because actually getting somebody to cut it cut it in a particular way can make a massive difference to how it sits, and then you just got to go, like, maybe you need to sort of train a parting or something. But you cut Mr. Ruffles' hair once a year. Is that also? Oh, that one's also dyed, isn't it? Oh, you sod. Are they all dyed? Outrageous. Let's just repair that again when we're done. Right. I've got 3 rooms done, and one of them was literally just dropping braziers. This is going so well. Bathroom, bedroom. Next one's the dressing room. Just his bum. When I was 16, my high school sweetheart, um, he had hair all the way down to her bum, and she was like, she was so against cutting it. She loved having it long until it got long enough that she would actually sometimes pull her own head back when she sat down, and that's, I think, the point that she was like, maybe I should start trimming this. Like, she'd sit down to dinner and it would be just long enough that she could accidentally sit on it. I felt for her. What am I doing? What am I doing? Climbing down. There we go. Right, dressing room. So we've got some wardrobes. Oh, you know what? And after all that, I didn't put a wardrobe up there anyway, but that's fine because that's what a dressing room's for. So we've got some walnut, I think, or are they oak wardrobes? They're oak. So maybe we're going to do. Oh crap! I've got both kinds. So wait, hang on. Can these be picked up? No, they can't. So I've got a choice between oak and walnut for the wardrobes. What else have we got for a dressing room? We've got other things in walnut, so maybe we should go with walnut, particularly since I made that walnut fancy chair. But you see, I was going to have a spinning wheel in there, and the only one I've got is oak wood. Spinning wheels show wood colour, right? How tricky is it to make one? Not too tricky. So maybe we make one of those in walnut. So how short is it now, Tantail? Let's just grab a bunch of the walnut things and then see what works. See, that's also walnut, but I'm saving that one for the reading room, I think. And I still forgot to bring the walnut coffer up, so we can haul that one up for this bit as well. If I got anything in the gnar that I might want. Oh, gross. Sky. Yeah. Yeah. Do you know what? When I was 14, I decided that I wanted my hair done in loose curls. But my mum's hairdresser wasn't really kind of au fait with like Jennifer Aniston style curls, and I was like, I just want some nice, quite loose curls. And what she gave me was a loose perm, which is not what I wanted at all. But it was. I don't know. I don't know if it. I don't know what people read into that look. But on the really quite short walk of just a few blocks between me leaving the hairdresser and going to meet my mum at the theatre, I got wolf whistled at by one person on the street, and I had guys in a van pull up, wind down their window, and start hollering at me. And like, I was dressed, perfectly normally, 14 fucking years old, and if anything was going to put me off having my hair curly, that was it. Like, because my hair had always been kind of straight. I just wanted some waves. Came out with a perm, and I was mortified and just horrified to be suddenly objectified by random people on the street, and it made me so uncomfortable. And I just fucking men. I mean, ugh. I mean, not all men are ugh. But I've never been hollered at or hit on by people much older than me who were women on the street just for existing. So chin lengthish for you, Tantail. Ugh. Ugh, catcallers. Yuck. Ooh, I've got a decorative ship down there that I forgot about. We can use that for decoration. I probably don't need bookshelves in a dressing room, do I? Save the bent. Might want another tapestry up there. But I don't think I need any of that stuff for it. So we're going to drag the coffer up, and is there anything in the cot? And one of those wardrobes. Cupboards. I've already got a cupboard. I've not got any unfinished. I don't want bookshelves. I don't need bookshelves in a dressing room. I don't know what conventionally attractive is, to be honest, Tantail, but in my experience, I like you get it. The more sort of conventionally feminine you look, the more catcalling and inappropriate comments and come-ons you get, in my experience. But leaning away from traditional femininity does not protect you entirely from it. It just reduces the rate of it. So fuck that noise. We still got the box storage bin open, so let's go up. Oh, ill matter. I'm so sorry that that's happened to you, and I'm sorry that this shit has happened to any of you guys. I'm sorry that it happens to women still across the world just for existing in spaces where other people are. Some people are just gross. And I'm glad that we're starting to challenge it more as a culture, but there's still a long way to go. Oh, Tantail. Yeah, I've never been much of a club goer. There's a few exceptions. But I don't really feel comfortable in most clubs. Like, I've been to some really nice kind of EBM nights and goth clubs and stuff like that. Most clubs, no. And it's kind of the same with pubs, actually. Like, there are some pubs where I can't even really describe what the difference is, but there are some pubs where I feel quite safe and comfortable, and there are some pubs where I just feel very, very uncomfortable. and sometimes I can't even put my finger on why. But there's a reason that I don't tend to go out drinking in pubs a lot, and I've got a few pubs that I particularly like and will keep going back to that are my favourites, and all other pubs can just go in the sea. It's not so bad in the afternoon, but in the evening, like the atmosphere changes entirely, and I do not like. Yeah, pubs for me, it's mostly a pub lunch unless it's a pub that I know. Well, did I just drop that? Okay, no, I thought I just dropped that wardrobe down a level and I didn't even know that was possible. One, hold up, hold up. Yeah, yeah. Quite happy. Like, my home is my castle, doing gaming, crafting, hiding at home. It's not so good for meeting people, but it's a comfortable, happy little life where you don't have to encounter anywhere near as much of that shit as you do just stepping outside. That's the bedroom one, right? So we just got to go up one more because that's going to be the garden room just below. So, dressing room. It's true. The older you get, and the less traditionally feminine you look and dress, the less you sort of. I don't know why. I don't know why. Kind of expressing yourself with feminine aesthetics. I don't know if it's that it's perceived as more of an invitation, or if it's just that there are more people willing to try and. I don't know. I don't even feel like they're genuinely hitting on you. It feels like an intimidation tactic, to be honest, a lot of the time. But people. There are more people who no, don't haul it down. Who would leer at that? I don't know what it is, but either way, I don't like it. I wish I understood it better. Like, I wish I understood the kind of the mindsets behind it better, so that I could better prepare myself against it. Um, yeah, I think some people are just dicks. Ah, cunning, Madoon. If only I hadn't got almost all of my tools and equipment all have names, like all have their own names. But if you're not somebody who names their stuff, then yeah, that sounds like a cunning way that it would work. What am I trying to do? Anything at all? Right. So let's stick a wardrobe over there. I think after all that, I didn't actually pick up the chair that I wanted, so I'm going to have to go back down for that. Do you know what? I never know which way. I think coffers go that way. I think the two bits that you see are hinges rather than latches. I guess we're going to find out. So I think it's got like a little keyhole in the front. Yeah, okay, that is the right way around. Holy crop on melody. Nice. Nice. Oh, that reminds me, before I lose everybody, before I forget, let's do a news page, because I keep forgetting that I have one until right at the end. There isn't a lot, but there is one thing. We've got another public slaying on release tomorrow. We haven't had one for a while, so people might have gotten out of the habit of looking out for these on the forum. But they've done it again. They found us a blue dragon, which is butchering blood. For those of you that are not familiar without looking it up on the wiki, there's a there's a lovely little poem to go with it and everything. So Stan's posted something on the forum, and it's 8 p.m. my time for any of you that are Brits. Which is 9 p.m. server time tomorrow in the usual place, which is Bruce's Flying Circus. So if you've never been to one of the public slayings on release before, you can get people to summon you from a portal if you're not of the travelling way or don't have an easy means to travel there. But it's just here. It's just here down on Mercury Lake. So that's happening tomorrow evening. It's nice to have another one of those. Again, I haven't seen those guys in a while, so I will try and make it. Yeah, no, it's 9 p.m. server time, which is 8 p.m. us time. right? That is the right way around. They said 9 p.m. server time on their thing. It's 8 p.m. us time. So yeah, that's happening tomorrow. But that is all of my news. So now I've done it, and I haven't forgotten about it, and I can go back to go back to my dressing room. Let's try. What have I got on these other carpet? Ooh, that one's got purple in. That's quite the purple. Might be a little bit bright for my taste. But if you're going to have bright colours anywhere, maybe a dressing room's the place. So I'm going to move that to the centre, and then these are longer one way than they are the other. So I think I actually want to turn it. Hang on. Which way is the long way? Can I even see past my own goddamn building box? Let's just close those a second. Also, I forgot that we could put carpets on walls. Now, if I turn it on the wall, will that also turn it on the floor? No, it's the wrong way. I need it the other way round, I think. That way. Oh god, you know what? I don't know. Maybe this one is square. We'll find out. You'd love to go to a sleighing. Server time is actually your time, Massa. Whereabouts are you based, Massa? Presumably somewhere on the continent. You could put your freshly imped chain to work, Tantail. And if you portal through, you could ask in freedom, see if somebody can summon you, or you could just post in the Coterie Discord. You're in Norway, are you? Okay, awesome. You could just post in the Coterie Discord, Tantail, because if any of us are there, we've probably got summoners with us. I will try and make it, but I can't promise. Oh, you're Pristine based when you're in Wurm, are you? Awesome. Whereabouts on Pristine are you? What else did I say I needed? I said I needed to go and get my one of my chairs out of the cart. Let's go grab that, and I need to make myself a spinning wheel and a tapestry at a minimum. Bookshelf. There we go. There we go. I knew I'd made one. Let's have that one since we're looking at walnut stuff anyway. And also, did I pick up a tripod table? Because I thought I had. Yes, I did. And since we've got. Ooh. Wurm has crashed. No! You guys got me back. My internet just had a little kind of whoop. Okay. I don't know what you guys will have seen there, if it just if it will have glitched out for you entirely because my internet stopped and then just started itself again a few seconds later. But we're back. Yeah, you'll definitely have seen Wurm crash. I don't know if I will have disappeared for you as well. But no, it was definitely mine. Although it took me a minute. I was like, what's going on? All of a sudden it just went boop, and I got a no, whoops. It was my internet having a wobble. Well, yeah, Wurm crashed, and then the internet went, and then I was like, oh, bollocks. So that's clearly what caused it. Just in case anybody It's not working right for anybody. Right. So, cedarwood armchair. Feel like I could maybe do the second wardrobe up there. Did I only bring one? Aha! There is another walnut wardrobe. Excellent, we can have two. That's what I was hoping for. So let's have a second one of those up here as well. I disappeared too. Okay. Well, am I back? Hopefully I'm now back for all of you. Also, I need to eat and drink again. Oh, and it's cocked up everything in my inventory. I've now got an inventory that's so disordered. Oh. Oh. Wait. Apparently you can't climb whilst eating. Who knew? Yeah, because I'm off deed. It won't have logged me out. Like it might have lost the link temporarily. But sometime it came back pretty quick. So it definitely wouldn't have logged me out entirely. It probably just blipped. Crap, you know what I did mean to do though? I meant to grab the blue dye out of the forge, because if I'm going to have to get something that works with that purple, that bright purple, I might need a little bit more to play with. I'm going to need to move my carpet now after all that, aren't I? Because otherwise I'm not going to be able to haul it up unless I can do some kind of jiggery pokery. Will it let me? You have that selected. Ah. Bugs. Or not. I'm just going to have to pick the carpet up. It's because while I was on the same level, it was haul down, not haul up. Screw you! Right. Now, if we just move that there a second. Not like that. Kind of want it. Is that going to fill a whole wall? What do we reckon? Bollocks, and of course it's closed my BSB, so I will have to go back downstairs for those materials. Good night, bun. Oh, look at that. That's pretty close. So let's get these. That one is going to need to come forward a bit and come that way a bit. But not quite that much. Hello, Mox. Good to know you're in. I thought you might still be out. Miscellaneous items 51. Miscellaneous items is one of those things, like I've got affinities in miscellaneous items, and I don't even know what I got them doing, but I resent them. Oh, it needs to go back just a little bit further. Okay. Then move that there, it will then be easier to replace it. Okay, let's go again. So we just want that at about the halfway point between those two. Lovely. Good night, Myra. Where are you, you little shit? Miscellaneous items, 3 affinities. Thanks, Wurm. You're so good to me. It's great if you want to make compasses. Not so good for much else. Now, wait, that wasn't even the right carpet. Was it that one? It was that one. Now I've got the pain of trying to figure out the right way round again. I think it's that way. Walnut everything. I mean, I like walnut, and walnut gives you more, like, see, these don't match at all. Walnut gives you slightly more protection against all the different wood, like all of the different furniture in the same wood type don't match at all. Cedar wood is particularly bad for it, but walnut's not super for it because this one you've got this kind of sort of orangey toned stuff here, but almost kind of a more almost pinky toned here, and they don't sit well together, and that makes me sad. I might move this rug out a little bit since we've got a wall of stuff there. But yeah, I mean, I like walnut, I like oak in a lot of things, but again, oak is another one of those ones where there's a couple of things in oak which you expect to look lovely and just look a bit kind of ugh. The archaeology woods are pretty nice in furnishings, although not consistent in furnishings, because they're really nice, dark, saturated colours. Now, I've just seen the error of my ways. I should have put these on this wall, because this is a plain wall that I can put a tapestry on. I can't really put a tapestry on that wall because that's my only goddamn window. Damn it! Right, we're going again. We're going again. On the plus side, at least this time I can hopefully do it all by placing and not by pushing. So that's that one. And go away, you horrible cat. Take your sneezes elsewhere. I got. Yes, that's the right way round. So where did we have that? Just tucked a little bit back into the wall. Like, say that? Maybe? Is it just by the lip? I think it was actually a little bit further forward. But only a smidge. You like the cherry, do you? I often find the cherries a little bit too light for me. I like it in some things, but it comes out just a bit too light and orangey in others for me. No, don't hold it down. Oh my god, I am misclicking all over the place. Right. So it's going to be much better. There we go. Look at that. Much nicer. Much nicer. So then we can have a tapestry on this wall. I'm going to have, I've got a chair. Don't actually, it's not the armchair I wanted. But we can have that sort of there-ish finalized placement once I've got my tapestry in place. And I was going to have a spinning wheel up here because, I figure like if it's the dressing room, this is probably also where you're going to do your repairs. But I don't know, actually, it might be a bit too much. Maybe I should leave it at that and just find something to put on the coffer. I haven't seen, or not that I've noticed, I haven't seen boats in fruit woods for the most part, and it would be quite nice to see them. If you've got a picture of it, like in sort of like in the daylight, pop it in the Coterie Discord at some point because I would like to see that. Where you've got a hanging lamp that's going to go somewhere. Oh, I've got a table. Can I tuck the table somewhere nice? Like, say, there. How about that? That's cute. Tell you what I didn't do though, after I tucked the other thing into a wall 2 rooms ago, I didn't go and check the exterior of the building, so I ought to do that before I get too wedded to everything I've done thus far. I'm going to need to make another tapestry stand and another tapestry because I feel like a dressing room probably needs a tapestry of evening, which might be a clash with some of these colours, but it can't be helped. So what do we need for a tapestry stand? 4 shafts, 2 small nails, and a plank. Right, let's go and open up the BSB because that closed when Wurm crashed. And let's go. Let's go, go, go. Tell you what, I'll take that spinning wheel up because if I don't like it in the space and it looks way too much, then I definitely know not to. Why is that not opening for me? I did that weird thing where because I didn't actually leave Wurm, it still counted it as open even though it wasn't. Because if I don't like it in the space, then I don't need to waste my time going and making one anyway. Lingonberry's a fun colour, but it tastes horrible. Do you know, I was going to say I've never tasted lingonberry, but actually I have because I'm pretty sure IKEA did or used to do a lingonberry cordial, which I've tried. I've never had it sort of like lingonberry pie or any like turned into a fruit in that way. But yeah, it's a beautiful colour. It's my favourite. Is my favourite wood type. I got a lot of stuff in lingonberry for that exact reason. Although in the manor, I did the bedroom suite in blueberry because Calvert already had like 3 or 4 items of fine furnishings in blueberry wood, which was a lovely, deep, rich kind of bluey purple colour. And when I was building my other sky watching deed, he brought them over to decorate it with because he'd just got them in storage. And then when we started building the manor house, I was like, you know what, I'm going to bring it back because that's a really nice bedroom suite and we should make use of it. So in the manor house, my bedroom suite's in blueberry wood. But if I ever get around to redoing the bedroom suite at Brambleheim, it will be in lingonberry wood. And that gnar that I keep promising myself I'm going to build myself, because none of my gnars have actually been made by me. I'm going to make myself a gnar in lingonberry wood and rare it. And then that will replace the other sort of hodgepodge collection of gnars that I have been using up until this point. What did I say? 4 shafts. So we want 3 of those. We want 1 of what's all this? This is walnut. Another one of the walnut shafts. 2 small nails and a plank. And then a shitload of wool, cloth and yarn. Plank, 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 plank. Any old plank you'll do. Is it that, or did I have to start it with a shaft? No, it's a plank and a shaft rather than a plank and nails. There we go. Cordial, yeah. Yeah. They're often not, I mean, some of them are syrupy. They're often not actual syrups. They don't have that kind of viscosity. But yeah, basically, yeah. Oh, you got the picture that you took for Sid. It's the one that Ruffles supremed. Wait, Ruffles supremed a boat for you. Did I miss that? Did I know that? Did I forget about that already? That's pretty fucking awesome. I knew about the wagon that Myra reared for you. Let's have 2 of those. Nails. And then the last shaft. Hello, Mox. I see you're back. Have you come to sneeze on me? I'm not going to get as far as the kitchen, am I? Maybe I will. Maybe I will. The garden room's going to be quicker and easier because that's just going to be planters and trellises and maybe a bench. We'll see. So Myra read the Nar you won. I thought Myra also read the wagon. Or somebody read the wagon you won, didn't they? So you supremed her sailboat without realizing. Ah. Wow. You had a very, very lucky event. And we need, what did we say? We needed wool, cloth, and yarn. I don't remember how much, but let's take a few. Tapestry of evening. They don't show for you straight away. I wonder if it's one of those things where, a bit like when you turn a cupboard and suddenly you can see the items on top of it, maybe until it moves, sometimes your graphics don't update. I've said easier and quicker for every room now. Okay, in fairness, this is going quicker than the previous one, in my defense. Not helped by the fact that I stopped and waffled for a lot on the previous one. Didn't get the numbers too far off either. Oh, I see. She supremed it the DRF. Okay, I was thinking friend along. So imp-alongs in general have just been going really well for you, huh, Tattale? Well, bugger, I should have had that on my news page, shouldn't I? The imp-along wars happening on the Northern Freedom Isles. There are 2 imp-alongs announced on NFI for Halloween. I don't think we've got any announced for the Southern Freedom Isles yet for Halloween, but there's still time. That's often true of people at Impalongs, though. You get a lot of impers being like, I can never rear my own stuff, but at Impalongs, I rear everybody else's. I suspect rather than Sod's Law, it's just that people imp at Impalongs who don't generally do a lot of imping on their own time outside of Impalongs, because that's kind of what you do at Impalongs. So a lot of people use that opportunity to skill up a little bit and to pay something back. But those people maybe don't do that much imping of their own stuff in their own time outside of Impalongs. So that's when they see the benefits of prolonged imping sessions. Just going to go and have a catch up on the pictures in the coterie channel. Oh, I'm going to cough. Hang on. Sorry, guys. My polo went down the wrong way. Ah. Okay, but that's in a mine. I want to see it in daylight. But yeah, it does look it looks nice. It looks good. Ah, memers! I've just seen those pictures of you. Well, you certainly don't look 12 there, which is I think what you said somebody mistook you for when you were pregnant. So screw that person and their assumptions. Oh man, that did go down the wrong way. Sounds my laptop's about to take off, so I'm just going to mute this while I smack it. You might see my camera judder a bit though. That did it. Don't try this at home, kids. Don't violence your laptops. Particularly when it's the only one you've got because yours is out for repairs. You got your first rare from imping yesterday, Massa. Right after crafting 2 rares. Oh no! Wait, so are you telling me that you've now got 3 rare frying pans? Don't worry, Tentail. I wasn't demanding one right now, but it would be nice to see one of it. One of it sort of above ground in the daylight at some point. Sounding a bit like it might want to take off again. Poor old laptop. I know you're trying your best. We did it. Right. Let's close that. Significantly reduce the size of that one. So we've got that wall done. And I wanted to put a tapestry on this one. As far in the wall as it will let me go, and then I will just have to push it the last bit. Tell you what I haven't been doing on the upper floors, which I'm just going to go back up and do quickly in a minute, is securing things. 3 rare frying pans and you refuse to cook anything. So if you're somebody who doesn't cook, why is it that you're crafting frying pans right now? Okay, that's as far as that will go. Let's go and just secure some things. Did that room already. Secure that. Secure that. Can't secure beds. I didn't miss too much. That. Yeah, that's another time. Let's do that one. That one. And that one. Also that one. Also that one. I feel like I need, like, I don't want to put another grooming brush down because I've already got one as like a bath brush upstairs. But I feel like I need some kind of, I don't know, clothes brush or some kind of tool or item that belongs in here. I think my initial suggestion. Oh, it's planting. I was trying to work out what the little thing said down here because it doesn't say securing, it says planting. I feel like my initial assessment, though, about the spinning wheel was correct. It's going to feel too cramped in here to try and fit a spinning wheel in here as well, I think. But let's see. So if we tucked it there. Maybe not. But I don't think it really adds anything to the room, put it that way. Oh, bollocks. I did all of that moving of the rug, and then of course I moved those to the other side. Just pull that back a couple of tugs. That'll do. Might have pulled it a fraction too far. Made nearly 550 pans. Wow. That is a lot, but pan filling does take a lot, in fairness. That is a big undertaking. makes me sad in a way that cooking, we've got this lovely deep cooking system, and the way to skill cooking is just pan filling, which is the dullest way to engage with that skill possible. Like, it makes me sad. I wish they'd done it on something like, I wish there was good skill to be had on things like recipe discovery, for example, or recipe creation, maybe. Where do I want this? I think it might actually have to be above there, you know? Like, there-ish. Yeah. Yeah. And of course, this one is also dyed. They're all going to be bloody dyed, aren't they? Right, it's not lie I want. Yanana. Tools. Tools, tools, tools. Hope if I'm looking in the right things. Do you know what? This is partly the problem of relogging, because now my inventory, nothing is where it should have been. And that's also not helping. So let's just shuffle some of those down a bit so that things are more or less where I expect them to be. Streamed it for you. What, as in streamed pan filling for you? Much better. Now, you think they should have made it work in series rather than in parallel? Yeah, it's difficult to know how, because of the ways that cooking works. But I do know that you know the current way that we do it is just. I'm sad that that's the way you gain skill in it, because it doesn't encourage anybody to actually explore the depth of the system or to enjoy it. It's not enjoyable. Right, final thing to do is to do something about this carpet. So what have I got? What am I? Oh, and I probably want to put something on there. Tell you what, I've got somewhere here. Got unfinished decorative ship. What does this need? A peg, a tenon, and a string of cloth. So, oops. Let's have. Oh, have I got any tenons in here? Yes, I do. So we're going to have to use the peg to determine the wood type. Try that again. What have we got pegs in? Pegs, pegs, pegs. Yeah, you know what? Blueberry wood might be nice because we've gone with purples. And a string of cloth. One of those. Where's my decorative ship? There it is. On the tenon. Let's do it right. Bought the services and then streamed the part where he lit the forges. Yeah. Yes, yes. You're right, Master. I did forget. I will secure these and then I will go and have a look outside just to be sure. So let's do the peg. I need to dye this rug. Check outside before I move on to the next one. I haven't found something that makes a good analogue for a mirror in Wurm. And if anybody's seen any cool things for like sort of that people have used as sort of like stand-ins for mirrors, I'd be interested to hear about them. The problem is mostly that you can't prop things up, but now that we can put things on walls, I don't know if that's maybe made a better, made an opportunity that we haven't had previously. That's quite cute. Right. let's just try and do something about the dye colour on this, and then we'll go and look outside. Where are my barrels? There's my barrels. So maybe I've got a measuring jug somewhere. Let's try doing a little bit of mixing. Maybe have I got a second measuring jug? Maybe. What about in tools? There we go. Right, 2 measuring jugs. So that one I think is already set to 1 kilo. Yep. Let's see what we can do. I can't remember. Set volume to however much. Can't remember how much these need. Well, that's going to be enough, apparently. That feels a bit flashy to me. Maybe I should have just gone with a blue. Lye. Where's my lye? Main colour, isn't it? Let's just go with a blue, see how that goes. It's Null Root that did the speedy video on skill gaining cooking with 10k pans. Yeah. Like in fairness, pan filling is the only reason that Crim's hot food cooking is as high as it is. That's a bit better. There was a guy who used to do it as a service, and he accepted meat in place of coin, and I had a whole load of meat kicking around. So I swapped him thousands of meat in exchange for pan filling service. So that and my baking skill, a lot of those are down to that rather than me actually doing stuff. I just spied a problem. Oh, there's a bit of flaw just there. Haha! No problem, I can't click my way around. So let's just go and drop these barrels first, because those are quite heavy. And have a quick look around. So barrels. Oh, I forgot that I had a cupboard, but I don't think I can use that usefully up there. So let's put that back down. And the walnut bookshelf for now. And the armchair, and the chair, and the spinning wheel. And the yarn can go back in. How's that? Yeah, that's fine. I only weigh 142 kilos now. So, how are we looking? Not seeing anything poking out there. Might be all right. Not seeing anything poking out there. Think we might be good. Will it not let you post? Is there a link to it on YouTube or something, Mimas? Will it not let you post that if it won't let you embed? Whoops. Think we're good? Nothing poking out where it shouldn't be. So that's the dressing room done. I think the next one is the garden room, which, and don't judge me for this, Massa, should go more quickly than the last one. Garden room, then we've got the living room, office and the dining room. Those might take a bit of time. What are we on? We're on 3 minutes past midnight. That's all right. There's still time. So for this one, I've left stuff in the NAR, so I'm going to need to get stuff out of there. So hops trellises. Let's have those. 4 of them. Let's not leave the dyes out in the open or where they're going to decay. There's planter racks somewhere. I know there is. Where have I put them? Am I just not seeing them, or have I put them somewhere else? I've put them somewhere else. But I can't carry them all. So what if I put those barrels back in there, because I'm not going to have to dye anything on this room.
Stop it.
There we go. See if they popped it on YouTube. What are you horning at me for, Ruffle? I know. No, you're only pointing it out. I know somewhere I can put that. I feel like I'm going to need a bench up there, but I don't think I've got a bench part made. I did have a spare walnut chair, so let's just take that, just in case. Open that up again, because I might need it. I feel like every floor needs a carpet, but a carpet seems like a weird pick for a garden room. I have got some green dye, though. Maybe I can do something with the green dye for a garden room. Let's just... Actually, let's close that and that, because I can't access those from up here anyway. There we go. You dropped a link in. Super. And look, the portcullises just aren't opening for me. So good. Oh my god, look at the size of Valray. This is what I'm talking about, right? Like, is Valray only that huge when she's on the horizon? Is she only that huge when she's on the horizon in a certain direction? Because we see Valray more than the others. I see it so many different sizes. And whenever she's big, I'm always like, God, she's so big. And I want to be able to detect the patterns and predict when she will be big. That little lump over there, by the way, that you can see, that's Calvert's villa island, where the villa is not rendering. If you've been watching me and or Calvert for a while, you'll have seen us up there. Probably the last time I think we were up there was, I was going to say Christmas, but actually no, we've been by there because we've gone and picked the pug boat up a couple of times since Christmas for other things. But seriously, look at the size of it. Huge. Huge. She's so big. Right, garden room. Garden room. So let's put, at the very least, a trellis in front of each of these. Are they going to... Oh, look at that. They align really nicely with the portcullises. Now, am I on the right side of a trellis? Yes. They don't align perfectly, but they do still fit quite nicely into barred walls. But that alignment is pretty spectacular for a portcullis. Clearly, I've just never tried putting one in front of a portcullis before. Check it out. It needs to go ever so slightly that way. Roy's just a big girl. Oh, you won't let me oh, I'll just place it again. Fine. Fine. Okay. I like that. It's good. Have I placed it so far that I'm not going to be able to put another one with its back to us over it? Possibly. Let's have a look. Oh, no. Might let me. There we go. Just gives it a little bit of, like, double depth. Of course. Can I now select it to secure it? Yes, there we go. Then we're going to do the same this side. Hey, Buddha. Pile of mixed grass. Wait, what was a pile of mixed grass? What did I miss? What was a pile of mixed grass? Yeah. Gonna have to look through. through the ladder to do this one. That's that one. We secure that first. And then the other one reversed in front of it. Check. So good. Ta-da. And then I'm going to stick my planter racks, and I'm hoping that I can do 3 to a wall, but if I can't, I'll settle for 2. I might need to be a little bit crafty about how I do 3 to a wall. Oh, that's frustrating. I have to choose between it clipping out of the front of the portcullis or the pottery clipping into the back. I'll live with it. Also, I'm not sure why these are numbered. I suspect these are things that I picked up from a fallen deed. These were probably wombled up. Pile of mixed grass instead of a rug. Oh, I see. Yeah, that would decay quite fast though, wouldn't it? Nice idea though for a garden room. These are also, let's just repair these. Now, one way that I might be able to do these, the top shelf ones are staggered differently. But I think, yeah, there you go. If you turn them round, so the plant on the end of this one, if you flip the next one round so that the plants overlap, then on the upper shelf, because of that staggering, they don't. And that will get me 2 to a wall really quite neatly with an overlap. So I think it's just going to be 2 to a wall. But that's all right, because I quite like that neat overlap. And there's a little bit of Z fighting in the middle here, but because of the sort of, I don't know, the textured stuff, it's not quite as, well, maybe it is a bit painful. I could fix that by putting empty shelves directly over them in the same spaces and then putting stuff on the empty shelves, but I'm not bothered enough to do that, I don't think. So let's just do the same the other side. So what did we do? We wanted them just out of the wall. It's like that, wasn't it? More or less. And then another one flipped around, lined with it. Have I done those the right way round? Or have I done them the wrong? You've got to do the right end to end, I think. That is right, but I just placed that badly, so. They might work both ways round, in fairness. Perfect. Secure that one, secure that one. The other nice thing about putting empty shelves over these, if you use these on deed, if you're wanting to add to the decoration. I know I've shown this one off on things like the granary stream and stuff, but if you place empty shelves over them, not only can you then put stuff in between the plants by placing them on the empty shelf bit that's then effectively hidden because it's the same rack, but it also then allows you to put stuff on the top. And if you've got some height to work with, you can, for example, put other planter pots up there, or you could put you might be able to put, actually, I tell you what, I wonder if I can put flower pots up on an empty shelf up there. I have got an empty shelf kicking around, and I don't know that I'm quite willing to commit to putting empty shelves up on all of them, but it would be interesting to just look and see if that works. Empty, somewhere here. There we go, empty shelf. It's a different material, which is unfortunate, because in order for them to be invisible, they need to be the same material. But yeah, for science, I don't mind. I just kind of want to see, now I've said it, whether you can fit flower pots on them. I think you can, but until I try, Not going to be 100% convinced. Somewhere here I've got potted flowers already. Why can't I find anything? Me and the Beamish boy, did I just miss them entirely? Looking but not seeing. Have I dropped them somewhere? Some. There's a stupid moth that got in and keeps flapping at you. Oh no. You put a cupboard in one of your alchemist cupboards so you can put stuff in it. Yeah, yeah. Very, very good hack that works much the same way as well. Also, I'm out of hanging lamps, so let's just grab a couple more of those. They're probably here and I'm just not seeing them. Right? I don't think I left them behind. I have to say, I can't actually. Is there anything else I might have accidentally put them in? Or have I just been a twit and left them behind? Might have left them in the wagon or something. I was sure I hadn't. I haven't got a raft in here, have I? I'm forever putting things on rafts. Not noticing. Oh, whoops. I've accidentally brought all of my books with me. Uh-oh. Small crates. No, no, no. Do you know what? This is bugging me now. Let's just, I'm just going to quickly nip back to Thor and have a look. Because that and the medium carpets, I swore I packed. I'm just going to go and have a quick look and see if I've left them and anything else behind. I'm going to eat another polo and I'm going to try not to choke on this one by accidentally breathing it in as soon as I crunch it. We'll see how that goes. Oh no, baby tortoise. Sorry, buddy. Also just going to check that I didn't accidentally drag and drop them onto the wrong boat. Not that one. Not that one. Right. Let's wait. Why am I so heavy? Oh, because I'm carrying everything. Am I going to need those planter racks for anything? I don't think I am. I'll go and drop those somewhere more useful. But let's leave the chest behind. You know what? No, but that's going to slow me down massively. Never mind. They can stay there for now. I'll move them up later. I wish, like, I wish that the alchemist cupboard and other things like it, like the forge, and the archaeology, the cartography table, had like a right-click toggle or something on them that allowed you to turn the decoration off. Because it's nice when you've got just one of them, but if you want to add your own decoration, or if, for example, my alchemy den has got alchemists' tables lining 2 walls in every wood color, including archaeology woods. And when you see several of them lined up side by side, then the decoration on the surface looks less charming and a lot more repetitious, and that's kind of frustrating. And it would be super nice because it's this on everything, and it's quite a lot of detail. But when you see like multiples of them side by side, it actually detracts from it rather than enhances it. So, did I, for example, leave any of those things on some of the rafts? That's a bunch of unfinished stuff. Spunk pottery stuff. See, there's one each of the 2 flower pots, but no, I've definitely put them somewhere else. Oh, fuck, I know where I've left them. I've left them in Calvert's cart. You nana. What a twit. Now that I'm back. Or have I? Maybe I haven't. I was so sure that was going to be the answer. Don't think I've put them in that one. What the shit have I done with them? I made some medium carpets and I loaded a whole bunch of flower pots in. Or so okay, so they're definitely not on the rafts. Don't think I took anything upstairs. Just gonna go and check in the wagon. Mystery not solved.
Whoops. Nobody saw that, right?
You know what? I feel like I'm gaslighting myself sometimes with this stuff. Like, because I am so sure that I did it a certain way, and then sometimes I'm like, am I blind looking? Am I just not am I looking but not seeing? Or did I misclick and drop them in something that I did not intend? It's like that one time that I found my phone in the microwave. I think I took I don't know, I took something out of the microwave and I just put my phone back in. Thankfully I didn't turn it on. I've put something weird in the fridge before where you're just kind of on autopilot and you put something in a totally unexpected place. See, no, they're not in the wagon. God damn it. Hey, buddy. That's where I've put them. I wonder if I have dropped them on a tile and they're just so hidden by all the furnishings that I've dropped on those tiles that I'm not seeing them. That wouldn't explain the carpets, though. I'm going to go check one more place before I leave, and that's where I was making carpets, just in case I had so much in my inventory that I was dropping them on the floor. So
Uh-oh.
I'm just going to go check
No
upstairs
grasshopper
in
brain
the
hopped again.
workshop.
What was I saying?
No, it's not Calvert's fault. Yeah, or an empty version, like with bookshelves. Yeah, if you can't, if you I mean, I would like to be able to just turn it on and off on the materials that we've got, but yeah, if not, a compromise that I would accept would be, nope, not in here. Would be being able to make a plain version of it, if you like. Yeah. Your aunt lost her keys in the chest freezer. Yep. My mother temporarily lost her wedding ring and then found it in the wardrobe. Weird places you find lost things.
Meh.
I still can't
Brr.
find your good sickle or your needle. That's frustrating, Turntail. The reason that Calvert's still so skeptical about portals and does not like stepping through with his stuff intact is because we found, we looked at screenies from before we went to NFI the first time to verify that he was wearing his maple leaf necklace. And he unequipped all of his stuff, but we couldn't find any record of the necklace getting dropped. But when we came back from NFI, he wasn't wearing it, and we didn't notice straight away. We just noticed a few days later, and we looked everywhere. We turned this place upside down. We went through basically everywhere, through every container, trying to find it, and we couldn't find it. We went through all the logs, and so the conclusion that he reached was that he thought that maybe it got swallowed by the portal, and so now he doesn't trust it. And and I kind of don't blame him. Like there were some sort of stuff getting lost in the portal, horror stories early on, but things like that, I just kind of more than finding the maple necklace, because I gave him one of mine. In fact, I gave him the one that I had got inked and enchanted for me to replace it. But it's more wanting to know what happened to the original one that drove us nuts, and just not being able to place where it went when it was lost. Super frustrating. Now, while I'm sailing, I'm going to take another look in this goddamn Nar, and if they've been here all along. You dropped your car key the other day. Oh, yeah. Sometimes you just miss those things. Like, you don't notice it happening, and then you wonder how you can not have noticed it happening. So those bookshelves, I need to remember I've got those in here when it comes to doing the office. Okay, it's definitely not. They're not in the Nar. I hate losing things. I hate not knowing where they went. Oh, you'd lost the knapsack. Oh, yeah, that it was a starter. It was a starter drop. Starter item, but not death kept. Somewhat frustratingly. So, right. I tell you what, let's drop the planter racks back in there because we know we don't need those. Now, I can't see anything on the floor under these, like flower pots, but it is always possible. I've dropped them under something. Doesn't feel terribly likely though, but it's possible some of these furnishings are containers. So I suppose it's worth just checking in those. It just leaves us with the cart. Seriously, where? Oh, there they go. Those are the three things I was missing. My medium carpets and my flower pots. They were in a goddamn cupboard. In the cart. It's me being like, well, this furniture, maybe it's fuck you. Good night, Madoon. Definitely past your snoozing time. Especially after we kept waking you up with stream yesterday. Oh no, I've gone one too far. One too far. There we go. Right. Well, now that I've solved that mystery and can stop tearing my hair out trying to figure out where the hell I put those things, let's finish up the garden room and then move on. So, how about one of those? Just let's rotate that, move it to the center. I said I was going to try one of those green dyes, didn't I? You had trouble when you had to drop all of the stuff in the mine and pick it back up. I've sometimes lost things in the texture of tiles, and had to go like dropping items where, like, sometimes when you're near a tile border, like I've managed to drop a bunch of things on one tile and then randomly a few of those things on the next tile over, and it's taken me a while to realize that's what it's done when I haven't been able to pick them all up from like the multiple item model, the box. And I left, like, when we were digging down the sandhill on Exodus, Ruffle and I, because we had to climb up it. I kept dropping my tools down the bottom, and I learned not to do that anymore, because then once or twice when I came back the next day to do the next bout, I noticed just one of my rare tools just sat in the grass, and I was like, let's just stop dropping those on the ground. Let's not risk that one anymore. So let's try the green. Now, I've been mostly dyeing trims previously, but I haven't tried, I don't actually know. I suspect the trim on this one is going to be this sort of squarish pattern, but I won't know until I try. But I'm actually going to try dyeing the main bit rather than the trim on this one and just seeing. This is really quite a yellowy, parchmenty sort of a colour. So with the green, it might actually look okay, leaving part of it plain. We've got a decent amount of green. It goes quite nicely with the trellises. Yeah, I'm good with that. And having said, I think maybe I should have a bench up here. I suppose I could have a bench like there, but I'm not sure it's needed. Do need to find somewhere to put a lamp, though. I'm not quite sure where I'm going to hang one from in here. I guess it's going to have to be between these on one of the walls. Let's go this side. I think I've gone, or up high. Could do it up high. Not sure I like it part way through. Let's do it up high. I tuck it up into the ceiling. Maybe it won't stick out from the room above, but I will just check. So let's light that one. Of course it's blue again because they're all blue. Laptop's starting to sound like it wants to take off again. Poor old thing. I'm getting so frustrated with the new laptop that I nearly bought another one to replace it because it's just frustrating me. But I'm giving them one more chance to fix it first. I think that worked. Don't whack your laptops, kids. What did I come up here to do? Oh, to make sure that the lamp wasn't poking up through the floor, and I don't... No, I think we're good. I think we're good. Pretty sure I secured all of these. So I think that's the garden room done. Oh, we got a rock lobster in local. Although I might at some point add a bench. So down another floor. I think next we've got, is it an office? No, it's a living room next. So for the living room, yes, because I've got the nice big window. For the living room, I'm going to want the chaise longue, some more bookcases. Can those be picked up? Yes, they can. What do we make that in? We did that in walnut. So let's grab some other walnut bits. Don't think I've got any high bookshelves in walnut at the moment, so I might have to make a couple. And let's just drop those barrels back down. Sounds like somebody's somebody or something is killing bulls. Let's open that back up because we're probably going to need it. Let's go, let's go. Whoop. No, let's not go, let's not go. I need to haul shit up. No, I don't. I picked it up. Oh, I'm getting tired, can you tell? My brain is not functioning properly. I'm not at the yawning stage yet, but I am at the brain just no worky properly. So let's drop a carpet down first. And then align stuff to that. So you know what, having said there's no bookshelves down there, hang on. I wonder if, I think I said something about unfinished ones in the gnar. Let's just have a look. Oh, no, in fact, look, I've even got made ones in walnut. No, I'm so glad I went and looked. Well done, me. Ooh. So a porpoise chair in walnut. This is the living room. That might be better in the office, but we'll see. Look, I've got an unfinished bench there as well. How unfinished are we talking? Yeah, Mum. Oh, I need to be close to that end is why. One shaft. Right, we're having a bench in the garden room. Having been like, I'm having one. Oh god, I'm moving so slowly now though. You're at the too stubborn to go to bed stage, Dan. Yeah, my brain stopped braining Mesa. It's braining a little bit, it's just not braining a lot. Who has more patience? I have more patience than you, Ruffle. With what? Decorating? Turning stuff and tweaking it until it's just right. Right. So I'm finish that bench. What are these in? Birchwood. Oh, do you know what? A bench in birchwood is not going to be anywhere near that pale, is it? What are these? Cedarwood. Let's go with cedarwood. At least that'll give it a little bit of protection against decay. I think I said I needed a shaft. So I can see you doing that, madam. Mina is sat on my seat in the couch, flip-floppeting about in a very dramatic fashion to try and lure me over to tickle her belly. And I'm not falling for it. I've really not got any cedarwood shafts left. Have I used them all? One last one. Perfect. And this is probably one of those ones that I have to make on the ground, right? Not enough space, my backside. Let's try again. Oh, shit. I'm not going to be able to haul it up without moving that rug again. God damn it. At least that one wasn't particularly difficult to place. It'll be fine. It'll be fine. Oh, with not immediately buying a new laptop. I came very close. I came very close. And it was only the fact that IT equipment you can't just return if it turns out you don't need it. And I was like, I just... And part of it as well is like, I mean, you know, this laptop, the new laptop is only just now over a year old. But I am prepared. I have got the next one picked out. If this one is not fixed to my satisfaction this time, I'm just really frustrated to lose. I don't know, I think that one was about 1,500 quid. The next one I buy is going to be about 2,000. And I'm angry at losing that much money over something which did not last a year if it just isn't able to cope. But the CPU is just running way too hot, and it should be able to cope better. Now I know that Wurm in particular has problems with that. I don't know if it's the Java or if it's what, but with making things run hot with our graphics settings. But I have had less good laptops that coped better, and a brand new laptop with a spec like that, I just expect better from it. In some ways, I think that part of the problem might be that the high spec is working against it when it comes to Wurm, because it can do all of that fancy shit, and so it tries to. and it just ends up heat throttling. The CPU ends up heat throttling. But at the end of the day, that's still no good for me. I play Wurm more than I play anything else by some margin. And if a laptop can't handle it, it's not the right laptop for me. But I hate feeling like money is wasted, and also because I work in sustainability and I know the kinds of precious resources that go into creating technology these days, and the sort of like the carbon footprint, if you like, of technology. I especially hate that kind of wastage. I can't. Oh, do you know what? I like that with the leaves poking through the back. How cute is that? Just kind of like cutting through the fretwork. That's quite cute. I'm a fan. That was worth doing. Okay. Right, was that the right one? Yes, it was. Yes, it was. So let's just move that back to the center and do it a little turn. The point where you forget what you're doing. No scritches for her belly. She'll get scritches. She'll just have to wait for them. She, my princess, she gets scritches all goddamn day. Wow, what did I do there? That's Mina is the Spooktipus, who is a long-haired, black, muggy, and she is the sweetest creature you ever met, but also really, really easily spooked. But she likes coming up for cuddles, so if you've ever seen me cradling a cat on stream, that'll be Mina coming up for a snug, and she just throws herself upside down in your arms like a baby for a cuddle. The problem is, as soon as somebody, I don't know, it's not even that easy to predict. Sometimes, like a loud, an unexpected noise, she'll be fine with, and then somebody will just breathe the wrong way, and she'll be like, "What the fuck?" And she'll be off. And she's the reason I've got half the scars that I have on like my chest, and like I've got even a few scars on my face where she's just accidentally caught me launching off in a panic. But you know, it's still not enough to make me not cuddle her, because she's so lovely. She's my baby. So I'll live with the scars. Right, so let's secure that one. And then we'll go back down and carry on. And you know, it doesn't match the cedar wood behind, but at least it doesn't look like miles out of place. So what were we doing? Living room. And I had just found a load of pre-built walnut stuff, which is good. So one empty high one. Stop. Yeah, I know. And you know what? I still not enough to make me do it. Like I did briefly consider, and that's how desperate I was getting. I did briefly consider switching to a desktop setup for streaming. But streaming isn't the only time I play Wurm. I like to play Wurm all the time, and I find even though I've got a really nice chair that's got good lumbar support and it's got good support for my hips, my posture is not super, and I find 3 or 4 hours in this thing, and I sit in this for work as well. Sometimes I do as much of my work as possible on the sofa, but sometimes I need the two screens. But I find if I've sat for sort of half a day in this, my back really starts to hurt. And I'm somebody who likes to be able to curl up like a goblin in my corner of the sofa with like my legs up and my hips on a proper tilt and a laptop, in fairness, on a laptop tray on my lap. And I am not yet frustrated enough to switch away from a laptop, because I will spend extra money to find one that works for me where I don't have to be in pain. Have I centered this? Yes, I have. Yes, I have. So what I was going to do was I was going to start with nesting some bookshelves together and then work around those, because the nesting bit is often the hardest, although I was kind of hoping I'd be able to tuck one neatly in there. Is it going to poke out if I do it like that? Maybe. Maybe not, but before I... hang on. Before I get too invested, I'm just going to go and check that it's not poking out the side of the building. So let's try like that, because that is, I think that probably is just a bit too far. You haven't wanted to buy a new laptop since your old one died, so you've only used the desktop. Yeah. And then there's Toby who just bites sometimes. The last time I had a desktop PC was I think when I was about 17 or 18, and I switched to a gaming laptop then. Oh, he's not poking out. Look at that. It was that side I put it, right? I'm sure it was that side I put it. So I switched to a gaming laptop at I think 18, and I've never looked back. And it's possibly partly to blame for my posture being shit, but you know what? I'm not correcting it now. I'm somebody who likes to have my legs up or crossed underneath me or, like tucked up under me and off to one side. Oh dear. Hang on a moment. Is this about to get awkward? Let's just drop all of those. What am I still carrying? Oh, a chaise longue. That's not helping. And a bunch of carpets. And an empty shelf. We go. There we go. We're all fine. No, we're not fine. Bollocks. Boy, if only I had some alcohol. Wait, what can I do? I can last gasp, right? Is it gonna? Is it gonna? We're fine. We're fine. Oof, that would have been embarrassing. I've had to sail my own priest over. Of course, now, because I've last gasped, I'm not going to get that stamina back for a little while. So, what else did I drop? An unfinished high chair. Did I drop anything else down in the marshes? The next time I can't find something, which I swore I had, just remind me to go and check the marsh in case I dropped something else down there I shouldn't have. So close. See, it's not even going to come back in the boat. But at least we're not drowning. So, let's go back up. And now after all that, I'm going to go up, and if the bookshelf I placed is not on this side, I'm going to have to go back and bloody check it again. Be fine, be fine, be fine. It was indeed on that side. We're good, we're good. So, when I'm nesting bookshelves, the way to make them not look weird is to nest an empty one between two not empty ones. And this works around corners or if you're just doing them side by side along a wall. It looks weird if you try and nest two filled ones together because then you get books crossing over books. But if you do it this way, the thing to do is to just try and line up those shelves like that. So you get kind of like a corner tuck. Look at that. Beautiful. Now, it doesn't work quite so well here. It would have been nicer to have it a little bit further back because you've kind of got the 1.5 cupboards, but I don't think there's much I can do about that because I can't really bring this far enough out to work around that. I'll just have to live with it. You get some Z fighting here. You can place things in those spaces to try and reduce the amount of Z fighting. Unfortunately, I want to bring this just a fraction this way because that bit on this side of the shelf is going to be harder to cover. But the bit in the corner, but you see now I've got a lip. It was beautiful, but now I've cocked it. So let's just have a look-see. What do I care about more? Maybe I'll have to put up with a little bit of a blip. But what I can pop in there that's going to just get this out of, like, make my eyes stop bleeding. Let's just use one of these. What's the highest quality one I've got? 63, 41. Let's have a 69. Oh, it's a bit bright. I kind of want a papyrus one. And I don't know if you can tell at a glance which one's a papyrus and which one's a paper. Tell you what, let's make this smaller. Because the paper's always a little bit bright. I wonder if all of one type are always paper or... No, there you go, because that one's a papyrus one. Maybe it's just random. Because the papyrus is not quite so bright. It's just slightly less of a bothersome texture. Oh, yes, I saw that, Tantel, when you forgot you couldn't last. Well, do you know what? I've been playing Wurm for 12 years, and I only worked out how Last Gasp worked like 2 weeks ago. Because I've tried it in the past when I hadn't quite reached the border, and I was like, this is doing nothing, I'm still drowning, and I hadn't clocked somehow that it would let you climb out with no stamina, but it wouldn't actually, like, I thought it would give you a little stamina boost to get out with, rather than effectively let you climb without stamina, and that's what I wasn't getting. So I've literally only just, sometime in the past month, worked out how the fuck it works after all this time, and I have drowned an amount of times in Wurm. So, well done me. Now, and this one, you could overlap it one if you're in a tight space. You can overlap them like that, but actually I don't think we need to here, having a little bit more space with them. Probably, let's get rid of that. It's probably a benefit rather than a drawback. Yeah, I quite like that. Okay, so we're going to secure those. Am I still carrying around one of those little chests? They're a small chest. There we go. I think it might be a funny colour, but I could re-dye it. The reason I ask is because I'm going to need to put something on some of these shelves so they don't look quite so empty. And small chests do fit nicely. You might have to drop out soon. I mean, it is getting late, Tantel. I mean, it's late even for me. It'll be the same time for you. So let's put it down there because I think we can fit flasks on the middle shelf without them clipping. But we're going to find out soon. Because I think have I got a flask on me? I feel like it, yeah, there we go. Yeah, there we go. You can fit flasks on the middle shelf without them clipping through. Oh, look, they're even the same colour. Maybe I'll put it on an upper one. And re-dye it so they don't look quite so matchy-matchy. I don't know, maybe I should lean into the matchy-matchy. Let's put those back in my inventory. I've got a chaise longue here. And oh, I could go in the corner. Oh, I've got a chandelier somewhere. This might be a good place for the chandelier. Although, wait, hang on. This is the living room, right? Oh, I'm going to have a fireplace up here. Hang on. Let's haul that up. Nearly forgot it. Where did I put you, fireplace? I did. Yeah, there we go. There we go. It's not a living room if it doesn't have a fireplace. Here we go. So somewhat frustratingly, if I'd done those the other way round, it might have tucked in more nicely, whereas the sort of the log holding bit is not going to tuck neatly into that corner. And it's going to limit where I can put it here, but We put it, say, like there. How's that going to look? Well, we're far enough down now as well that when this is lit, at least the smoke shouldn't interfere too much with the observing that needs to happen up on the top. Ah, you know what? That works. That works. Those can't be secured, but they can be lit. I think. Oh, I haven't got kindling on me. And somehow I've managed to close my BSB. So let's just go and open that up because I've probably got kindling in here. Somehow, she says. I probably closed it to get it out of the way. Kindling. There we go. Let's try that again. Cozy, cozy fireplace. So which actually that might mean that rather than the flower carpet, I want a medium in here because the flower carpet's going to go all the way under that, whereas a medium, presumably I can... It's going to have a shorter side, isn't it? Where is it? Don't know how I managed to place that wonky. Feel like that's going to be the short way. I don't know if fireplaces will auto light at night if they're not on deed. I don't know if they behave the same way as lamps where like they get lit by the guards. It might be that that actually has to be manually lit, which would also mean on the plus side the smoke definitely wouldn't be interfering. But what am I doing? Move to center. And I think it's just going to need to come. Ah, no. I don't like it when this middle bit doesn't align with the like the point, but I like the fireplace aligned to the edge of the ladder more than I care about the rug being centered, so the rug's going to move that way. And then back a fraction. And also it might as well go that way. So let's try that. Better. Much better. And I'm going to bring it another tick this way as well, so it's not tucked under the half. Now, I've just got to fit my chaise longue in somewhere. And I think it's going to be somewhere on this side. So I could tuck it directly in front, or I could have it there. It feels like, I mean, although it would fit quite neatly in there, I feel like for it to work in there, I would have had to have had this whole room the other way around, which obviously I couldn't because I've got a window there. But like I want the scroll end to actually be the one like this end, I think. So what are my other options? What are my other options? Can't put it there without it interfering with the ladder. Don't really want it tucked behind the ladder. And have it in front of the ladder without that feeling weird. Oh, it does not like being... Oh, it's because I'm trying to place it over the hole. Let's just drop it and pull it. Just to see if all else fails. Maybe I'll tuck it up close to the bookshelves. Actually too close to the fireplace. So what if it goes this way? I mean, it would keep your toes toasty warm, but also I feel like cutting off this back bit of the room. I don't feel like that quite works, so it's going to have to go somewhere else. Maybe this should have gone in the dressing room instead of the living room, you know. What if we had it sort of... Oh, no, that's right into the shelving. Is this going to be too big a piece of furniture to have in my living room? Say it ain't so. That kind of works. I mean, you've got a gap there, which I don't super love. But you are tucked up nice and cozy to your books. I suppose my alternative was not to have the wraparound shelves. But I kind of like my shelves. You love the bookshelf placement. Yeah, I like it as well. I like these kind of gate leg bookshelves. And I kind of don't want to mess with it. So, you know what? I think that might work. That might work. I need to do something about this. And I think we need a tapestry behind here so that this bit doesn't just look empty and abandoned. Oh, God, but that means I have to make another fucking tapestry. We've had so many people, different people each time in local tonight. Who knew? Have I got anything else in here that I was threatening to put in here? Oh, wait, hang on. Maybe I've got some alternatives. So I've got like a cupboard. I don't know. I think more furniture on that wall might make it look too cluttered, though. Let's try. Does feel like a bit much, doesn't it? What about a little side table? Have I got a little side table? I thought I did. Okay. Maybe there we could have the corner bit. That's quite cute. That's quite cute. Okay, all of those are secured. And... Oh, you know what? I didn't do the thing. I got so distracted when I couldn't find my plant pots. I didn't do the bloody thing that I said I was going to go and do up here, which was see if you could put flower pots on top of a bloody empty shelf. So, one moment. One moment. So it's going to show because this is a different wood type, but what you do is they just align perfectly over the top. So you just tuck them like that. And if it's the same wood type, you don't notice the Z fighting as much. Then to place on top shelves of bookshelves or empty shelves or whatever, you've got to go into third person so you can just about see it. And then I suspect these might be a bit tall for it, but you can tell what you're selecting with the little mouse over, so you've just got to make sure that you're definitely on the empty shelf bit. That might be too close to the edge because empty shelves are a little bit funny. Nope, there you go, lets you do it. Of course, I've actually got a lamp there, but so that would be quite a nice thing to do in here. I'm actually not going to do it because it's taken us a while, but that's a nice way to enhance your planter shelves like this. If you nest empty shelves into them made out of the same material, then you can line up flower pots along the top. Because if you could, I mean, you could put planters on there and put herbs in them, but then they will need to be replanted periodically, so you'll keep finding them empty. Whereas I think flower pots are safe on furnishings as well as on floors, so you should be able to put flower pots up there, and they're just perennials, effectively. So I think that would probably be quite a nice addition to the top part of your. Oh, that's advisings. Oh, don't look, don't look. That would probably be quite a nice addition to sort of like the upper shelves of your planter racks. I have to say this is feeling quite tight in here. So Maybe we don't also trying something on that wall. Maybe that would be too busy. Especially like I can't put a tapestry on that wall and have that bit there. Also, I need to come out of third person because that's killing me. For lamp placement, now you could try and nest it. You can't do it with placement, but you could potentially try and tuck it in one of these cupboards. Which way are we facing? North, so it needs to come all the way around like that. Maybe. Oh no, a bit too far. But you get the chain showing through on the upper bit, so it doesn't fit too well in those. They do tuck nicely into the back of things like canopy beds. I think for in here, this might be one of the few places that I want to put one behind the ladder. Will I be doing ceilings? No, I don't think so. I suspect that the ceilings are going to decay as fast, if not faster, than the floors. And because this is off-deed, I'm already going to have to be repairing the contents as well as the walls and the floors. I mean, in fairness, the walls, because my masonry is high, the walls all were created at like 82, so those are not going to be decaying for a while. But the floors, I'm going to have to keep an eye on until I see just how fast they decay. They've already taken a little bit. And I might imp those up a bit further. But I don't particularly want to also be having to imp and repair and imp and use materials to be imping ceilings. So I think probably no ceilings in this one. And yeah, more people in local. And another blue lamp. Right, I need to do something about this carpet. I can try and do it in this blue. Did I put those down? I feel like I did put those down. So I'll go and get the dyes. Now, this came out a nice kind of like dark cornflower blue. On the chaise, I suspect it's going to come out a little bit different on this carpet though. Might be too much. Let's try it on the trim. I don't want too much matchy-matchy with the blue and the blue. Yeah, I think that would have been too much on the main. What are my other options? Maybe I can get away with doing pink on the main. Let's have them all. There's a rift on Exodus. That'll be why there's a lot of people passing back and forth. Yeah, good shout. Try pink on the main, but I'm not convinced these two go together. They don't, but the pink goes okay with the blue. It just doesn't go okay with the blue on this. So let's take the trim color off. Maybe I can do the trim in something else. Wonder how the russet would look with it. It might be a little bit orange. Oh, although actually, I quite like it with the cream, you know? Yeah, maybe we just leave it like that. That works. Okay, so we got living room done. Next. You would have gone, but the headache and the rift don't mix. I'm sorry you've got a headache. That sucks. Do you get migraines? Or do you just get headaches? Living room, office. Oh, it's dining room, and then kitchen. I'm not sold on the office, you know. Given I've got bookshelves up here, I don't know what I would put in an office besides a cartography table and more shelves. But I feel like I've got quite a cozy lounge space with my bookshelves. I don't know what other rooms I'm missing. I mean, I could make it a crafting room. My spinning wheel in here. I haven't really got any other crafting tools that I need to have in here. Tell you what I didn't account for in my dining room, though, which was somewhat foolish of me. And that was the chimneys that are going to be coming up from the forge and the oven. I wonder if I can hide those behind a couple of bookshelves on a diagonal. Would affect where I can put the forge and or oven in this room. I probably need to try and bundle them into the corner. I'm not sure what to do with this room yet, so I'm gonna do the dining room. Just awful headaches. I'm sorry, that sounds really rough. I've never had migraines. I've been very lucky never to have migraines. I had a colleague who had migraines really badly, and I so felt for her. I wonder if a wardrobe would do it. Like, what if I used a wardrobe as a sort of like, you know, crockery dresser or something? Maybe if I had one of those over the corner. I wonder if, because it's quite thick and blocky as well, maybe I could use that to successfully hide chimneys from below. Let's go and have a look-see. So I think it might now be time to actually move that out of the way. So let's just drop that over there. The oak wood coffer can go up as well, because that's an oak wood wardrobe. So let's find somewhere for that to go as well. And just drop it over there for now. And we've got to cook in a forge, I suppose, like, because it's not like I'm going to be doing it's not like I'm going to be trying to cook fancy stuff here. It's just quite nice to be able to cook. Maybe I don't need both. Just going to move that a little bit out of the way. The other problem is, because I haven't built this wall yet, it's going to be hard to get the placement right on the forge, and I think now might be the time that I have to build that wall. Because these items are all pick-upable. So I think all of my haulables are now pretty much up there. So if we drop that, still carrying a walnut cupboard around. Hawker's high chair. Maybe it's time to build this door. Have I got? Oh, I've got stuff in the gnar for it. I've got stuff in the gnar. So, clay and mortar and stone bricks. Let's put 20 of those in the BSB. Let's put the barrels down, because those are heavy and I don't need to be hanging on to those if I'm going to be wall building. And then I'm going to need 20 mortar and 10 clay. And and I can't use the lock because Olivette now owns this building, so she'll have to come and add the lock. Right. Let's do it. On the plus side, I've got high masonry and high carpentry, so I'm a fast builder. So we're going to want a plain stone door, and then we'll convert it into rendered. But I need those stone bricks that I just dropped off. Stone bricks, bricks. Wait, where are my bricks? Stone bricks, there we go. See, we're getting there. Let's not count the fact that I just skipped a floor, but we're getting there. But the kitchen and the dining room do kind of need to be done in tandem. So, trowel. Unlock that. I really wish you could drag from here up to the crafting window. I think the way that you're supposed to do it. I mean, you can select stuff from your tool belt, but not from your slots unless it's unlocked. And when it's unlocked, I keep accidentally replacing one of these things in my quick bar with something by doing something silly like trying to drop something into my tool belt, and of course all it does is replace the icon. Very frustrating. That's not what I want. So plain stone door. There we go. Home run. Maybe. Kind of, sort of. Yeah, that stopped the buzzing. And frightened the cat. I was going to need another 5 of those, and that'll be it. I'll combine this so we can render it. Now, the downside of having a forge rather than an oven is going to be I can't cut across the corner in the same way that I could with an oven. And if I tuck that like that, that's going to be poking through the wall on the other side, right? And the chimney's still not going to be quite far enough over for what we want. Well, the chimney's almost far enough. It does indeed poke out there, but I could fix that with something else on this side. So maybe I just need to lean into that to get that chimney a little bit further over. Shouldn't be sticking out the back wall there, but I should probably just go and poke my head around the corner just to check. Okay, so we've got a little bit to hide there with something else, which I don't mind. What was I checking? The back. Yeah, we're fine on the back. Does that then have it successfully hidden by the wardrobe? It does if I put something next to the wardrobe. I can do that. This is however meant to be a dining room, so I need to be careful not to put too much stuff in here. So oak wood. What have we got in terms of, for example, bookshelves? See, that's not oak wood, but actually cedar wood isn't a million miles off oak wood in terms of colour. Maybe that will do. So if we just tuck that tidily in like that. Almost feel like I need to now put one behind the wardrobe so the wardrobe also tucks in neatly. Alternatively, how high is it? High enough that a low shelf isn't going to quite cover it. Let's have a play just the same. Maybe it doesn't need to cover it perfectly so long as it doesn't draw the eye. Like if I put something on the edge of the shelf, maybe. Can you stick plant pots on the top of shelves? Yes, you can. They're a bit chunky though. What are my other options? What are my other options? Oh, I forgot about the candelabra. Put that somewhere. Teapot and pottery cups. I suppose those should go in a dining room if they're going to go anywhere. I'm going to want those high chairs for the dining room. And I think somewhere I've got a marble table or a couple of marble tables. Probably in the Nar. So it's going to be one or the other of those, I reckon. Wonder if I can hide it with a jug of mead. Let's have a couple of plates. Oh, I've got a checkerboard. Maybe that missing room that I said could be an office, maybe that could be a games room. Let's have that. Can't quite carry the marble table, the rectangular marble table as well. But come back for it if the round one doesn't seem quite right. So if we, for example, just pop that there, kind of, sort of. I don't know, maybe that's drawing more attention to it. Maybe I just need to live with it. So. Let's drop a carpet. And let's just nudge it that way a bit. Works. That's going to go somewhere else. Over there. It goes anywhere at all. Because I need as much space in front of the ladder as possible, I think. Oh, well, you know what? Maybe I should have had the forge in that corner because it would have mattered less for this to be tucked in that corner, whereas it is taking quite a lot of space in front of the ladder. But then I wouldn't be able to cover the bits of the forge that I'm going to be covering with it poking out the front door, so I think I've just got to live with it. Right. How does a marble table do in here? Like, tuck it into the corner. It's not a huge dining room, but it could still fit two chairs around it. Hang on, let's do it that way. So, like for example, just about fit two chairs. They're so big, those chairs. I mean, okay, but still a functional dining room, right? And I've got a candelabra here somewhere, haven't I? Let's have a look. How about if we put that in the corner? That's quite cute. Needs to come just a fraction this way, though. Oh, do you know what? I don't think I've ever looked up close at a steel candelabra before. But look at those. Look at the detailing. I've never noticed that before. Is that on all of the four-armed candelabra? That kind of detailing on the metalwork. I've never clocked it, if so. Secure all of the things. Including these things. And then some plates. Need to move one of those chairs forward a little bit. I thought the dining room would take way longer to go. Maybe because I had so much stuff already pre-made that would go into it. It's been quicker than expected. Right. One plate. Plates. Yeah, I said I was going to move that one in a fraction. Also, I mean, even though there's a pine, well, do you know what? I actually don't like the cedar wood with the pine wood and the oak wood. I might have to replace this with something else. But these two go nicely together without looking tonally weird. Although that chair is too far over, I've just realised the leg's in the wall. It's a bit better. A little bit better. So what are my other options? Have I got any other low bookshelves and things other than cedarwood? Got a walnut one we could try. Also got a cupboard, but that's cedarwood as well, right? Pick a few things up to try. Oh, there's a walnut cupboard there too. Clearly I'm not going to need the marble table. Look, it's the purpling. Best time. So let's load that back in. Oh, got a rose trellis there. Maybe I can make use of that somewhere interesting. That's probably because that one's cedarwood as well. That one's cedarwood as well. I think that might be as much as I can play with there. So let's have a look. I think walnut's not going to be a great fit for these either. You know what? It bothers me less than the cedar wood, though, so it can stay. And how about a little teapot on the table with some cups? Cups, cups, cups. Say it, but this one might need a tapestry. Should I put that somewhere other than... It's not going to work on an angle, I don't think. I think it's going to be weird across that, like, tucked into that corner. Maybe I need to just not have it up here. And then I'll just stick a tapestry behind that. So what does that leave me with? Or... Oh, maybe I could just get away with a rose trellis rather than tapestry. Just adds a little bit of textural interest to the back wall. Let's put that on there. And maybe we'll have a flower pot in the corner. And by a flower pot, I do mean like 2 of those. And we'll nest one of those over the top of it. Might do the same in this corner, actually. Whoops. That again, shall we? There we go, we're getting there. Dining room almost done. I just need to do something with this carpet. Did not mean to go up. Again, what are my choices? Maybe... Let's have a look. Do something. I could do something to lighten that green, but I didn't actually make or bring any yellow or white. Maybe I could do something with just the green. Maybe if we go for the trim. It's bright green though. Wonder how it will go with the teal-ish. Hey, we got Ragnarum in local. You know what? Don't love it. Last ditch attempt. We take the green back off. Maybe it'll be all right. Fuck, just picked up the larder. Although I hadn't actually properly placed the larder yet, so you know what? It's fine. It's fine. Yeah, you see, even with these, I was hoping the green would be a nice kind of tie-in for these, but it's not. It's a bit too acid green. That's quite nice and calming though. And it's a nice kind of match for like the blue there. So, dining room. Done. Now what's left to do in the kitchen? We pop the larder back down, stick those barrels back in the forge. Oh wait, I didn't put a lamp up there, did I? Although I've got a candelabra. Let's put the lamp on this side. Right. Let's... I see you, Mina. You get belly scritches soon. I am so running out of juice. It's like, mind you, God, it's 20 to 2. No wonder I'm running out of juice. Right. Okay, that room, to be decided. That's clearly not getting done on stream. But I'm just going to tidy up the kitchen. So I've got a few bits to put in it and pack up my stuff. And then I'm done. Then I think it's my bedtime. And it's definitely gonna be my pumpkin time. So how about, can I use the larder to just sort of clip the side off the forge? Yeah, sort of. Maybe not quite so far in. Oh, I think that's Ragnar, just noticing that I waved at him. Need somewhere to put our kitchen tools, so I guess the chest is good for that. I'm tempted to tuck it somewhere like that, you know. Must place the item from your inventory. Oh wait, it's trying to place it on the forge. Let's try that again. So it's that way round. It's quite nice. Might even be able to put it a little bit further in. It would be weird if I put it too far. Well, that was definitely too far. Now it looks like it's got teeth. Try again. Oh, it's just got some kind of weird growth. One more? No, probably should have left it where I had it to begin with. Oh well. Go outside. I'm gonna have to place it and then push it. And I don't have an FSB to put in here. Don't know if maybe I should have brought an FSB or a BSB or something. What am I trying to do? Come on, brain. Brain better. If we move that there, that'll be easy to load. Stick a shelf. Shelf back here. Nice and tidy like. Put some kitcheny bits on, although actually I think I don't want to line up with the edge of that. I want to move it just a little way over. There we go. It's relatively neatly lined up behind the ladder. And then maybe that can go somewhere like on that wall. A bit further over. And this will be the only one that doesn't need a rug, which is good because rugs are not too good near Burnie Forges. Now what I haven't done is I haven't done a floor here, so the ladder's floating. Maybe I should just quickly knock a floor up. Bookshelves, cupboards, yeah, I don't really want any of those in the kitchen. So let's pop those back in the gnar. And these as well. Oh, I forgot I'd buried a bench out here. But I do need to put something over that corner, don't I? So, what can I put over that? We have a bookshelf outside. Hello, puss. What are my other options, though? I don't think the cupboard's going to cover it. I hope if I put it the right way around. Hello. I know, you're so hungry. I'll feed you in a minute. I'll feed you in a minute. God damn it, no, because then I'm seeing it there. What? Larder would be perfect there. Just like that. Just going to turn climb on. Make sure that that's not poking out the back wall. No, we're good. We're good. Maybe that makes the ground floor more of a crafting room than a cooking room, but you know what? It's like, I don't mind. Kind of don't like that my bench is wonky. Maybe if the bench goes like there instead. Maybe that's better. Maybe it becomes a bench where you just sort of sit and fish or something. Lamp. And then I think I am definitely pumpkined out. And those cats are flip-flopping so hard for attention and food. Maybe if we don't have the larder in here, that could go there instead. No, don't like that. Don't do they? Oh god. Let's secure that. Secure that. And that. Those can't be secured, don't think. Nope. Just need to take the colour off that. Is it
Hello.
time now? I know, I know. No, I'm still here just, but not far. Move colour. It is. It is bedtime. It is bedtime. It's so bedtime. I'm so close. I can feel it. So close. One of those. One of those. I'm calling it. I'm calling it. Like, I didn't really get to finish the kitchen crafting space, and I've still got a room up there that I haven't decided what to do with. It might be a games room. But I'm going to drop all of these back in there. Oh, I've got a book to place somewhere. And I'm just going to go and have a quick. Let's load these into the NAR, and then I'll just do a quick final look at each of the rooms, and then I'm going back. I'm going back home, and I'm going to bed. That's how it's going to go. So I'll find somewhere to put that little book as well. So, whoops. So you can see little bits and pieces of it from outside, but also I need to load that BSB. So let's just, yeah, mum. Let's just pop that out there. We did. Right, so there we have it. And we're back under a lovely night sky. So observation, my observation station, Cœur de la Terre, smack dab in the very, very center of Exodus, right down to the tile. We've got a little bit of crafting space down here. Hello, you begging as well, are you? 2 minutes or 5. We've got a little dining room space tucked in here. Excuse the ladders. Teapots and everything. We've got, we don't talk about that one because we haven't done anything with that one yet. We've got our cozy little lounge space with some nice views out the side, and a roasty toasty little fire for anybody who's got some kindling in their inventory. We've got the garden room, which is very green, and you got some little like peeky holes out into the views beyond. We've got the dressing room for putting all of your fanciest clothing on. Maybe I can put the book down there. And your wardrobes and things. And, you know, a fine picture of a lady in a very fancy dress. Very wicked looking. We've got the bedroom. Still not convinced about these colours. Might have to go and do some tweaking with those. But, you know, a little dressing table space. Actually, you know what? I think the book should probably go there because that dressing table needs something. Something. How about we have it like just there? So yeah, cozy little bedroom, sweet little bathroom. You know, actually gigantic tub in a very little bathroom, somewhere to sit and soak, and with actual water, which is important for anybody who is up top for hours upon hours and is going to need to drink. Speaking of which, I need to drink. 15 tiles mined, time for sleep. Good night, Tantail. I am also winding down. Then we've got our little, whoops, nearly dropped off the edge. Wonder if I should put some fences here, or like safety barriers, as Galva calls them. Then we've got our little kind of patio area, and then at the very top, and if I pick this up, because I forgot I put this up here at all, there actually isn't that much light pollution. So at the very, very top, then we've got our observation point for watching the heavens. And we got Ceres up in the sky at the moment. I think Jackal and... Oh, no. We've got Jackal there, which means Valray is probably hiding, but we've got the galaxy up there, looking fancy and fine as ever. You like the purple and blue, do you, Tentail? Nice. In fairness, part of that's down to my shoddy dye making skills because I didn't actually bring any good dyes across. Gosh, look at Jackal in the water. That looks kind of freakish. But there we go. Pretty much everything that you might want in a home, just packed into a very, very small space. And you can see right down to the bath. You can climb into the bath, which is good at the end of a long, hard day. Down into bed. And then when you're done bathing and sleeping, you can come down here, get dressed to go and face the world. And, you know, pass through the garden room for a little bit of fresh air if you hadn't got enough up the top of the tower. Cozy little lounge area. Probably a games room in between. Dining room, little dining room space to come and eat your dinner, which you can cook in the little kitchen and crafting room at the bottom, which still needs a little bit of something, but I am too tired to do it now. So there we go. Jobbed. I got through like 80% of it. Maybe not 100%, but 80%. That's pretty good going. But it is now 8 minutes to 2. So I'm sailing home and I'm logging off. So good night, folks. Thank you for coming and hanging out with me. Well done to those of you that managed to stay all the way to the end, because it is a late one for me and an even later one for some of you. So thank you for the company. I'm going to take those off, and oh my god, those cats are about to start flipping food bowls if I don't feed them. So they're going to get all of my attention in a minute and get some tummy tickles with it. And for my cooldown screen today, for those of you that are left, this is not on Exodus. This is actually a market on Independence, but it's one that I haven't had a chance to feature yet on my cooldown screens. So I think it's now the only one left that I hadn't had a chance to. So Club Market on Independence is quite an easy run from Haven's Landing. If you don't live in the area, you can portal over to Haven's Landing and just do a short run down to Club Market to check it out if you want to. I have a bulks market there and also sell a variety of sort of quite high-end enchanted stuff. So good night, Ruffle. Good night, Memers. Good night, Regal. Good night, Tantail. If you haven't already turned in, and good night to anybody else that is still lurking. Hopefully we'll be out for some epic adventures with a whole bunch of other people next Saturday. I'm sincerely hoping that I get my proper laptop back before then and working, but we'll see. And hopefully Calvert and I will be back out next Friday. So we'll see some of you even before then. Take care, everybody, and go and get some sleep. If you don't live the other side of the pond. Good night, folks.